Good morning, everyone. We're just giving people a few minutes to join. Welcome all. See, we're up to 100 participants. I'll give it another few minutes. We'll kick it off in one more minute. Just giving people a chance to sign in. All right, I think we're going to get started. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Joint Research Plan Workshop for the California Public Utility Commission's Gas Research, Development, and Demonstration Program. My name is Mark Filimonov. I'm a founder at Momentum, a clean energy consulting firm based in Sacramento. I'm going to serve as the facilitator for today's session. This year's workshop is particularly significant. In past years, each of the three participating organizations, PG&E, SoCalGas, and the California Energy Commission, held its own workshop. This year, for the first time, they're collaborating to host today's joint workshop. They're going to propose how they plan to allocate RD&D funds in the coming year, and then solicit your input about those plans. As we move through today's content, please share your questions and comments as they arise. Your input is vital. Next. Before we begin, I'd like to take a moment to cover a few practical safety and wellness reminders. Since this is a 4-hour session, your comfort and focus is important. Please take a moment to adjust your chair, screen height, and posture so you're sitting up comfortably. Keep your workspace clear and feel free to stand or stretch periodically throughout the session. We also encourage you to practice the 20-20-20 rule to reduce eye strain. Every 20 minutes, look at something 20 feet away for 20 seconds. Adjust your screen brightness as needed and take short visual breaks if your eyes feel fatigued. Next, keep water ready and stay hydrated. If you need to step away briefly for a bio break, please do so. Your well-being comes first. Finally, we want this workshop to be a respectful and inclusive space. Please engage professionally, welcome diverse perspectives, and help ensure that all voices have room to be heard. Next. All right, here's the big one. To help the day run smoothly, each major topical session will be followed by an environmental and social justice panel, and then time for general audience questions and discussion. If time permits, we will also reserve 10 minutes at the end of the workshop for any final questions or thoughts. We encourage you to submit your questions at any time throughout the workshop using the Q&A function in your Zoom controls. In addition, during the general audience discussions, you will also have the opportunity to ask your questions verbally. And here's how that process works. If you want to ask a question during the general audience discussions, please use the raise hand feature at the bottom of your Zoom window. Our team will select your name on a first come, first served basis, and you will receive a notification on your screen stating that the host has allowed you to talk. It is then your responsibility to click the unmute button on that prompt to activate your microphone. Please note that your camera will remain off. This is an audio-only Q&A. Again, we look forward to your input and we'll get to as many of you as time allows. No matter which way you ask your questions, we request that you include your name and affiliation and indicate which organization or organizations that your question is targeting. If you prefer, you may also submit your questions anonymously, but it is helpful for us if you share your name and affiliation. Finally, a recording of today's workshop, along with related materials, will be posted to the docket that you see on the slide. We also encourage you to submit written comments following the workshop to admin@buildmomentum.io no later than 5 p.m. on March 11th, 2026. Next. Here's today's agenda. After these opening slides, we'll begin with an overview of the California Gas Research, Development, and Demonstration Program. At 10, we'll pivot to a discussion of the proposed 2026 gas system integrity initiatives, followed by feedback from the ESJ panel, and then a general audience discussion. At 11:30, we'll review the proposed 2026 decarbonization initiatives, again, followed by ESJ panel feedback and audience comments. We expect to adjourn at 1 p.m. And again, we welcome your written questions at any time throughout this workshop today. Please use the Q&A function in your Zoom controls. Next. At this time, I'd like to introduce Emma Magian-Calda from the Energy Division of the CPUC. Emma?
Thank you, Mark. Good morning, everyone. My name is Emma Magian-Calda. I am the Gas Research, Development, and Demonstration Program Lead at the California Public Utilities Commission. I'm with the Energy Division, and today I'm going to offer some opening remarks to provide some context for the program. Next slide, please. This is a ratepayer-funded program, and what this program targets are really new and emerging technologies and solutions that are targeted at meeting California's climate, energy, and equity policy goals. The CPUC, or the California Public Utilities Commission, guides and approves the administrators, which are California Energy Commission, Southern California Gas, and Pacific Gas and Electric, the review of their investment plans annually to utilize their authorized annual funding levels. Those vary across the three administrators as listed here, amounting to about $50 million annually. They're funded by the Public Purpose Program for the Energy Commission, and then through general rate cases for the two utilities. Next slide, please. And this process has involved the administrators coordinating with one another, starting in late summer and early fall of 2025 to start the development of their investment plans. From that point in December, we had a number of subject matter experts from the California Public Utilities Commission gather and hear about a number of their proposals to advise and inform the proposals you'll be seeing today. And now, as you can see, we are hosting the joint public workshop, and the next step before submittal will be for these proposals to be presented to the Disadvantaged Communities Advisory Group, or the DACAG. Finally, these plans will be submitted by June 1st, 2026, and the CPUC will evaluate the proposed investment plans after that point. So overall, this process looks to promote alignment with the California Public Utilities Commission proceedings and target ratepayer benefits. As noted, this is a ratepayer funded program. Next slide, please. And the CPUC evaluates these investment plans based on a number of the Commission's criteria. As mentioned, one of the key criteria is alignment with the CPUC proceedings, as well as the critical gaps and needs identified in those and the state goals. Finally, we'd like the identified need, proposed solutions, and anticipated impacts, which span from the exact solutions that the administrators are proposing, specifically coordinated with one another, and the electric research development and demonstration program called the Electric Program Investment Charge, or EPIC for short. We'd like to understand the clear outputs. So today they'll be covering the pilots, studies, and other kind of deliverables that they're targeting with these proposed investments. We'll look to see how those pathways can scale results. And finally, the exact kind of ratepayer benefits or impacts that are anticipated from these investments. Next slide, please. So here's my contact information if you have any questions about the program. But with that, I will pass it on to the other presenters. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Emma. I just want to note quickly that we will be sharing this presentation on the docket that was listed on the first slide, and we will be listing that on the last slide as well. Next up, we have Retta DeMesa from the California Energy Commission to tell us about their gas research and development program. Retta?
Thanks, Mark, and good morning, everyone. I'm Retta DeMesa. I'm the lead author for our fiscal year 26-27 gas research budget plan here at the Energy Commission. I'm also joined today by several of our CEC subject matter experts who are leading the scoping and development of the draft initiatives that will be presented later this morning. Next slide, please. So to kick us off, I wanted to provide a quick overview of the California Energy Commission for those of you who may not be familiar with us. The CEC is the state's primary energy policy and planning agency. And as such, we support California's commitment to reducing costs and environmental impacts of energy use while ensuring a safe, resilient, and reliable supply of energy. This slide here summarizes some of the CEC's core responsibilities. One of those is investing in energy innovation through programs like the Gas Research Program, which we'll be focusing on today. Next slide, please. So just as an overview, the CEC's gas research program was authorized by legislation in 2000, and its scope is established both by legislation and through CPUC actions. The gas R&D program has a $24 million annual budget funded by a surcharge on gas consumption. Each year, the CEC prepares a budget plan that is then submitted to the CPUC for review, consideration, and approval. The overarching goal is really to advance gas-related research and development done in the public interest, to support the clean energy transition while providing ratepayer benefits with an emphasis on lowering costs and improving affordability, as well as enhancing safety and increasing reliability. The research is intended to address issues that are not adequately provided for by the regulated market, specifically in the areas of energy efficiency, renewable technologies, conservation, and environmental issues, with a particular focus on equity and decarbonization. Research is designed to support state policy and provide benefits to gas ratepayers who fund the program. Additionally, the CEC considers collaboration and co-funding opportunities, such as leveraging federal funds and coordinating with the investor-owned utilities. Next slide, please. So this graphic here illustrates the various phases of our annual budget planning cycle. We're currently in that first blue box there, which is initiative development. We begin with scoping initiatives that, one, address R&D gaps that are not adequately met by competitive and regulated entities. Two, are designed to deliver ratepayer benefits. And three, are informed by a broad range of engagement, including interagency partners, interested parties, and the public. Once the initiatives have been drafted, we submit our proposed annual budget plan to the CPUC for approval. After the budget plan is approved, we move into the solicitation development phase. This phase typically includes public scoping workshops, which provides additional opportunities for subject matter experts and interested parties to provide input. Scoping workshops are a really important step in our process as they allow us to translate these higher level initiatives into more defined solicitations or grant funding opportunities. and to help ensure that they're designed for high impact. So we highly encourage continued participation in those scoping workshops as they come up. Then back into our process, we release competitive grant funding opportunities to implement the initiatives. Proposals are evaluated and awards are made. Next slide, please. So here I want to highlight how we coordinate with the IOUs. We actively engage with the IOU administrators throughout the planning and implementation phases to ensure that our efforts are complementary and not duplicative, and to identify opportunities for collaboration. During the planning phase, coordination occurs through regular bi-monthly meetings and participation workshops like today. We also hold focused discussions with subject matter experts to align on initiative development and refine priorities. In the implementation phase, IOUs often participate as project partners, which can really take several forms. For example, they may serve as demonstration site hosts, participate on the technical advisory committee that guides each project, or provide match funding to support project implementation. This ongoing coordination helps to maximize the impact of gas research funding and ensures alignment across the administrators. Next slide, please. So the CEC has a longstanding commitment to equity, and we embed it throughout our initiative development and program administration. We engage with our disadvantaged communities advisory group and environmental and social justice representatives through briefings and formal presentations. This year, we conducted a tribal roundtable with representatives from a number of California Native American tribes. We've been working to streamline our application and grant management process to reduce the administrative burden on organizations, with the goal of making participation more accessible. And through our solicitation process, we provide preference points to grant proposals that support disadvantaged and vulnerable communities and tribes as well. Next slide, please. So all projects funded by CEC's Gas R&D program are designed to deliver ratepayer benefits. Benefits can include improving affordability outcomes, enhancing the safety and reliability of the gas system, improving environmental sustainability, and advancing equity. Each year, we are required to develop an annual report that provides an overview of program implementation and highlights project successes and research benefits achieved throughout the year. Our last reporting cycle covered the fiscal year 24-25, in which we managed over $88 million in grant funds across 43 different research projects. These projects brought an additional $40 million in match funding, meaning for every $1 million that we invested, we leveraged an additional $450,000 in match funding, expanding the program's impact and maximizing ratepayer value. As part of the reporting process, we conduct an annual survey with our recipients. Based on the results of our recent survey, our projects delivered over $500,000 in bill savings, avoided over 375,000 therms of fossil gas consumption, and avoided over 2,000 metric tons of CO2 emissions over the course of the reporting period. And then stepping back and looking cumulatively across our portfolio, since 2004, the CEC has invested over $344 million across 314 projects. These projects have attracted nearly $6 billion in private follow-on funding, a 17-fold amplification of the initial public investment. Additionally, an estimated 46% of program demonstration funding has been invested in projects locating in and benefiting low-income and disadvantaged communities. Next slide, please. So for initiative development, we take an iterative and an engagement-driven approach. To date, we've consulted with subject matter experts from IOU gas administrators, the CPUC, as well as our disadvantaged community and advisory group. And as I previously mentioned, we also held a tribal roundtable. Based on that feedback that we received to date, we've really worked to refine the concepts, clarify the proposed scopes, strengthen strategic focus, and align more closely with gas R&D priorities and CPUC policy direction. Today's workshop offers an additional opportunity for us to gather feedback that could help shape the direction and details of these initiatives. So we would really appreciate and welcome your comments and perspectives. And then looking ahead, we plan to continue with the outreach and engagement process to further develop these initiatives. Next slide, please. So here's a list of the draft initiatives as they are today, along with their proposed funding allocations. I want to emphasize that these allocations are preliminary estimates and will be adjusted as we continue to refine and prioritize initiatives for the final budget plan. We'll walk through each of these in more detail. a little bit later this morning. And again, I would like to encourage your input or feedback on how they may be updated, refined, prioritized, or otherwise strengthened. Just as a little bit of a heads up, as we move into the initiative specific slides, you'll notice we did include a fair amount of detail. They're a bit text heavy. We don't expect folks to absorb all the information on the slides in real time. So I just want to note that the full deck will be available online a little later if you want to take a closer look. Next slide, please. I recognize that this slide is particularly busy, but it's really intended to illustrate how the proposed initiatives build on prior investments. So it highlights select past, ongoing, and proposed efforts that are aligned with, complementary to, or foundational to the proposed research. I'll note that it is not comprehensive of all of the related work, but it's really intended to show how these proposed initiatives fit within and advance our broader gas research portfolio. I'll also add that where appropriate, we always look to leverage research and investments from other programs, such as utility efforts and our EPIC program, as well as federal activities to ensure that we're advancing and not duplicating efforts. So that concludes our overview of the CEC's gas research program. I will go ahead and hand it over to Jeanette with PG&E next. Thank you.
Thank you, Retta, and good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. As Retta mentioned, my name is Jeanette Lindeman. I am the Senior Manager of the Gas RD&D program at PG&E. I will share a brief overview of PG&E's Gas RD&D program and our proposed 2026 research activities. We appreciate engagement from Commission staff and stakeholders that help keep our work problem-driven, focused, and relevant. Next slide, please. The PG&E Gas RD&D mission is to detect, adapt, qualify, and implement innovative solutions in gas operations, with safety at the heart of everything we do and focusing on our communities to address affordability challenges as consumption of gas reduces during the energy transition. Program performance is measured across public and coworker safety, customer satisfaction, cost effectiveness, environmental impact, regulatory compliance, and communications. The proposed budget for the 2026 plan is approximately $8.27 million, including administration costs. Next slide. The portfolio is designed to deliver ratepayers value through improved reliability and safety. Additional benefits include equity, operational efficiency, improved affordability, reduced GHG emissions, and improved air quality. As the team shares more details later in the presentation, we will discuss benefits and will distinguish RD&D learnings from the business as usual activities. Next slide. Project selection starts with ideas being submitted by internal teams and stakeholders, including external parties, through innovation@pge.com. Ideas move through review, refinement, and approval before entering planning, which includes alignment with PG&E's strategy report problem statements and prioritization with senior leadership, and finally to execution. This process is intended to keep our work grounded in clear problem statements and prioritize projects where R&D is the appropriate tool. Next slide, please. PG&E invests time, technical resources, and funding in two research themes: gas system integrity and also decarbonization. Gas system integrity work maintains and increases safety, reliability, and affordability, while also supporting methane reduction during the energy transition. Decarbonization work advances technologies that, if widely deployed, would decarbonize PG&E's gas system. Next slide. The budget allocations are shown by theme and initiative, and as Retta mentioned, ours is also just an estimate of where our projects may be able to be funded. So approximately 70% of that allocation is going to gas system integrity and 30% to decarbonization. The total budget shown is $7.4 million, excluding the program administration fee of $826,700. As previously mentioned, we aim to keep priorities clear and scope through coordination with our peer administrators to determine complementary work and avoid duplication. Next slide. Here, the gas system integrity roadmap focuses on advanced leak detection and repair and emissions activities. The swim lane shows sequencing over time, from studies to field testing to field demonstrations and deployment. Where related efforts exist, the intent is to build on prior investment and focus on incremental learning and cost effectiveness. Next slide. This next roadmap highlights innovative and cost-effective integrity management work within the gas system integrity. This swim lane shows the progression of projects such as pipeline locating, 3D underground mapping, and real-time threat detection. Where AI or analytics is used, the emphasis is on transparency in inputs and assumptions, with decision-making authority being kept with humans. Next slide, please. The decarbonization roadmap focuses on clean fuels integration. The swim lane highlights items such as RNG interconnection and gas quality analysis, including emerging trace constituents that may be introduced in the natural gas system depending on the feed source of RNG and have been identified for research needs in 2026 and beyond. The intent is to focus on well-defined near-term problem statements that can inform practical planning and help identify implementation choices during the energy transition. Next slide, please. This slide introduces the PG&E Gas RD&D team responsible for program execution and coordination. You will be hearing from some of these team members later on today. The team manages research activity from field learning and integration into internal stakeholders and external partners. We appreciate the constructive feedback from the Commission SMEs and stakeholders, including the public, that will help strengthen both rigor and relevance of our portfolio. I will now transition it to Shanice Allen from SoCalGas.
Thank you, Jeanette. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for your time today. My name is Shanice Allen. I am a project manager for our SoCalGas Research, Development, and Demonstration Program. Next slide, please. Some background on SoCalGas. It's a regulated natural gas utility headquartered in Los Angeles and is the largest gas distribution utility in the United States. SoCalGas provides safe, reliable, and affordable energy delivery today to consumers in more than 500 communities across 24,000 square miles of Central and Southern California. SoCalGas is a ratepayer-funded program authorized by the California Public Utilities Commission and informed by Public Utilities Code 740.1. The program guides investor-owned utilities to invest in RD&D and prioritizes projects with strong potential to deliver long-term benefits to ratepayers, including those in environmental and social justice communities, through improved operational performance and safety, energy affordability, and emissions reductions. Each year, SoCalGas RD&D supports a diverse portfolio of projects ranging from early-stage laboratory research to full-scale demonstrations of novel technologies with the goal of rigorously evaluating emerging technologies before potential operational implementation and deployment. SoCalGas coordinates with other California gas research administrators to collaborate and complement research areas, avoiding duplication. Over time, this support has paid off with numerous technologies in the RD&D portfolio, moving from the laboratory to pilot scale demonstrations to commercial deployments. Next slide, please. In our reporting year 2025, there were 157 active projects with SoCalGas RD&D completing 79 projects, including 17 projects that directly engage or benefited environmental social justice communities. Across this portfolio, the program spent $5 million. And then can you go back to the previous slide? Thank you. On RD&D projects and leverage ratepayer-funded investments. This leverage expanded the scope and impact of RD&D activities while reducing the cost burden on ratepayers. The projects supported by SoCalGas RD&D were designed to deliver a broad range of benefits. Of the 157 projects active in 2025, 45% focused on improving affordability, 45% were designed to improve air quality, over half increased operational efficiency, 64% of them focused on reducing greenhouse gas emissions, 57% aimed at improving reliability, and 55% sought to enhance safety. Together, these outcomes reflect the program's focus on advancing practical solutions that strengthen system performance while supporting California's energy and climate goals. Next slide, please. When identifying promising projects and evaluating them for potential funding, the RD&D staff takes a comprehensive yet flexible approach to the project selection process. This enables them to, one, identify potential projects and align those ideas with CPUC policy and objectives. Two, initiate projects that have a reasonable probability of providing benefits to ratepayers. Three, assess the likelihood of potential projects to succeed. And four, talking with other IOUs to find out other opportunities for collaboration and not duplicate research efforts. And also responding nimbly to changing market, technology, and policy drivers. Additionally, remembering that some technologies will not result in concrete ratepayer benefits until commercialized and implemented at scale, our RD&D staff considers the overall development, implementation process, and research lifecycle of a given technology or product. In response to new stakeholder input, where we value your feedback today, changing market conditions, new legislation or policy drivers, or significant advances in technology, our staff also chooses to fund projects that are in alignment with overall program goals and objectives, but do not fall exactly within the potential research areas listed in the research plan. Although individual teams within RD&D have distinct research interests, goals, and industry relationships, all follow a similar approach to project identification and selection. Next slide, please. The SoCalGas RD&D program was authorized with Decision 2412-074 for the 2024 general rate case, which covers the years 2024 through 2027. The total planned budget includes the dollars for both projects and program administration for the remaining years of our general rate case, which is 2026 and 2027. The allocations across the themes and their initiatives will be adjusted once stakeholder feedback, such as this workshop, has been completed. When we get to the presentation for the specific themes, my SoCalGas colleagues will provide more details on the initiatives which we are highlighting and cover research areas where we have identified new research or continuing research for the proposed 26 and 27 research plans. Again, we value your feedback. Thank you for your time, and I will hand it off to Mark.
Thank you very much, Shanice. Appreciate that. We are actually ahead of schedule right now. Before we take a break, I'd like to address one of the written questions we have received. This one is from Sarah Bernstein. Are clean energy opportunities headquartered in California, but that intend to manufacture and produce in Southern California eligible for Energy Commission grants? Kevin, I'll pass that over to you, and I'm happy to read it again if you'd like that.
Yeah, no problem. This is Kevin Oy with the CEC. Really depends on the individual funding program, so I can only speak for the CECs. The solicitations that we fund are generally open to all public and private entities. However, there's a strong preference for California, as you would imagine. You would have to look at the evaluation criteria, but I think, close to 40% or more of the points just have to do with benefits to California and funds spent in California. So you really would need a California partner to, have a chance for success. And, the projects also need to all take place in California. So it's okay for the innovations to come from out of state, but really the projects themselves and the benefits all need to accrue to California and specifically gas ratepayers in California. So thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. I see that other written questions are coming in, but I don't think they've been vetted yet. So at this point, Scott, could you turn on the raised hands function? At this time, we have a few minutes. If anyone would like to ask a question verbally, just raise your hand. Emma, it looks like.
Yeah, apologies. I was going to step in for just a moment. I dropped in the chat. I'm not sure if it came through to everyone, but regarding the question about projects taking place out of state, we do have guidance from the commission. It's specifically for SoCalGas, but it's being discussed across all three administrators with that priority of the benefits accruing to gas ratepayers in California. As Kevin mentioned, the guidance states that all projects should occur in the state. And the only exception is for projects that are conducted with out-of-state federal labs at this point in time. And for those projects, the benefits still need to really be justified that they accrue to California ratepayers.
Thank you, Emma. All right. I cannot see raised hands. Scott, I'm assuming you're monitoring that. Does anyone have a raised hand? All right. We have another written question to go to. Uh, this is from Pratik Banaj. I hope I'm not massacring your name. EPIC provides cost share for federal clean energy grants via GFO 21901, cost share for federal clean energy funding opportunities. Will the gas RD&D create a similar federal cost share program to support, for example, ARPA-E scale-up or other DOE projects? CEC, I believe that's for you.
Yeah, this is Kevin again. And Retta, feel free to weigh in too. Um, yes, yeah, thank you for that. We do have an Epic cost share solicitation, and it's definitely an approach that we could consider, assuming it's consistent with the initiatives that are proposed and approved in the respective budget plans. And so, it'd be nice to get that comment in writing, and we could, consider it as we, think about the different approaches to fulfilling the initiatives in the budget plans. And I'll see if Retta has anything to add.
No, Kevin, I think you covered it. I was just going to say we don't currently have plans for one, but if folks think that there is value for something like that, it would be good to get that feedback provided.
Thank you, Kevin and Retta. Next, looks like Gary Choquette has his hand raised. Gary?
I'm muted.
Oh,
There we
there.
go. Going back to the preference for California and national labs to do research, given that pipelines are a big public safety issue, are you confident that your pool of research providers have the best expertise to resolve the research issues around gas transportation facilities?
Gary, do you have a specific organization you're targeting with that question?
Uh, There are other collaborative organizations, GTI, PRCI, GMRC, that have broader access to higher level expertise.
Mhm. Uh, Anyone from, it sounds like that's a general question, maybe open to all three administrators. So feel free to pipe in if you have a response to Gary.
I can mention just briefly, there is some work that's conducted with consortia, and for those, the current requirements state that it's the projects themselves that are conducted, affiliated with those research organizations that must take place in California. But there are some consortia dues to kind of take part in the larger ecosystem that are eligible through the administrator's program administration costs. So we do understand, there is some benefit, but at this time, based on not being able to understand the California ratepayer benefit from a number of out-of-state projects, that is the requirement in place today.
Thank you, Emma. And it sounds like SoCalGas has a response to Gary as well.
Hey, Mark. No, I guess I'll just echo what Emma said. So, we try to leverage the resource communities as best we can, but we do operate within the constraints of our program, as Emma just outlined. So, as best we can, we try to bring that work to California and bring those experts into California to provide that ratepayer benefit to the California ratepayer.
Great. Thank you, Mike. Looks like we have some more written questions. Just briefly, Becca Walker, I believe a recording of the webinar and the slides will be publicly available on the docket, which was on one of the opening slides, and it will be on the last slide as well. Next question is from Sarah Sharp from CCAC. She's an ESJ panelist, and she asks, do all three administrators seek proposals from the public or just the Energy Commission? So maybe, Mike, do you want to take that again? Maybe from SoCalGas's perspective, and then Jeanette, you could answer for PG&E.
Hey, Mark, I'm going to let Paul answer.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for the question. I think generally the administrators are looking for proposals from the private and public community. So the CEC has a certain format through the GFO process, but we also are open for research and development and demonstration projects that fit within our program objectives. So the short answer is yes.
Paul, is there a way that you could share how they should approach you if someone has a proposal?
Sure. I think if you like based off of even today, as we kind of go over the research plan and you have a better idea of some of the targeted initiatives, if you feel like there's something that you're working on that might be aligned, we will provide an RD&D like email address that you can ping. And I think all the administrators have a different address that you can email for to express your interest.
Thanks, Paul. And those addresses will appear on the last slide.
Great.
Jeanette, would you like to take that question from PG&E's perspective?
Sure. We welcome ideas for research from anyone. And for us, it's relatively easy. If you have an idea and would like to share it with us, please send us an email at innovation@pge.com. That's the best way to make sure that it routes. And if it's not applicable necessarily for gas, RD&D, it's something that could go to EPIC. That is the same inbox we use for research. And so that's the best way to contact PG&E with any ideas.
Thank you, Jeanette. Next, we have a question for SoCalGas in particular. On one slide, it was noted for RD&D has budgets from the Energy Commission for 24 million, SoCalGas 18 million, and PG&E at 8 million. Then in other slides, like the current SoCalGas page, it notes $19 million split between gas integrity, decarbonization, and program administration. Is somehow the RD&D different than what the utilities use for RD&D? It's hard to understand how all these allocations work. And that was asked by Nicholas. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So just in general, the slide with the 18 million, that was from Emma at the CPUC. And I think it was kind of a general, probably budget. So the way it works is when we actually do our GRC and we're awarded money, it's in what we call constant dollar. So we put in what we request, and it was in 2021 dollars. When we get our decision in 24, it gets translated to $24, and then there's an escalation factor. So it actually changes year over year. So I think 18 million was just a ballpark, but between 24 and 27, our budget has escalated slightly due to inflation. Yeah. Hope that helps.
Thank you, Mike. Next question is the gas RD&D program planning to have having a follow-on funding opportunity for the High Blocks program? And that was asked by Kukwan Cho. Kevin, that's for you.
Yes, yeah. And for context, High Blocks was a solicitation that we did in, I think it was 2023, that was looking at blending hydrogen from 30% all the way to 100% for power generation, clean renewable hydrogen, that funded, I think, 3 projects. And we do have an initiative called Fuel Flexible Distributed Generation that is under consideration. It was part of the 2024 to 2025 gas R&D budget plan that was submitted, that is under consideration with CPUC, and that initiative would expand to look at other renewable fuels. So there is not necessarily a follow-up. If you look at the details of that, it's not exactly the same, and we try not to fund the same thing twice. It would be a different scope than High Blocks, but of similar topic. So that is in a pending plan that it may move forward, it may not. It depends. So, but thank you for your question, and yeah, if you have any thoughts that you'd like to submit in writing, yeah, we welcome it.
Thank you, Kevin. At this point, there are no more. Well, it looks like there's a written question. Yes, here's one more question. Um, would the gas RD&D program support federal cost share for follow-on federal projects that have had previous CEC projects? And that was again asked by Pratik. So I'm assuming that's directed to you, Kevin.
Yeah, I think this is similar to the same question we answered earlier, that federal cost share is an approach the CEC has successfully employed in the past to leverage funding into California, and assuming that it is consistent with the approved initiatives in, a budget plan, we could consider doing federal cost share. Um, there's some somewhat opportunistic aspects to that. Federal government coming out with funding that aligns with California priorities being kind of the number one consideration. But yeah, we're open to the idea, and if you have thoughts you want to submit in writing, that'd be great. But yeah, it could be done, but we don't have any plans at the moment.
Thank you, Kevin. We have another written question. I just want to do a quick reminder. When you pose a written question, if you could start it with for PG&E or for CEC or for SoCalGas, that'll be helpful in helping us route the question. It looks like people are still working on that last question, so I think we're going to take an early break and we'll get to that question later. So at this point, we'd like to pause for 5 minutes and look forward to seeing you back here at 12:51. Thank you.
Hey, Mark, that's supposed to be 9:51, right? Because East Coast, West Coast.
Oh, sorry, you are correct. I'm on the East Coast. 9:51. Thank you, Jeanette. Appreciate that. It's very dramatic. Welcome back, everyone. Could we have the next slide, please? All right. Now we are ready to begin our deep dive into Theme 1, Gas System Integrity. In this section, you'll hear about the proposed gas system integrity research initiatives at PG&E, SoCalGas, and the Energy Commission. After the presentations, we'll move into the ESJ panel feedback and then open the floor for general audience discussion. Our first speaker is Van Doe from the Energy Commission. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Mark. Hi, my name is Van Doe from the Energy Commission. And before introducing our gas system integrity initiative, I'm delighted to start by highlighting a project in our 2025 gas system integrity portfolio that really reflects the kind of high impact research that we aim to advance. And so this funded company, BioVin, is developing and demonstrating a portable toolkit to detect microbes that cause gas pipeline corrosion. This detection kit has advantages over the current gold standard of field testing method by allowing gas utilities and operators to identify corrosion-causing microbes in the field within hours instead of days or weeks. Through this project, BioVin partnered with SoCalGas and successfully demonstrated their microbial testing kit at both the Aliso Canyon and Playa del Rey natural gas storage facilities. These demonstrations confirm that the system's ability to detect corrosion-inducing microbes in a relevant environment and under real-world infrastructure conditions. Having this ability to conduct on-site and accelerated testing allowed utility to identify microbial risk earlier, to apply time-sensitive treatment, prioritize inspection, and implement mitigation strategies. SoCalGas and BioVin are continue to work together to explore opportunity to further integrate the use of this technology into their testing processes. BioVin also constantly coordinate with domestic and international gas operators to expand the uses of their corrosion detecting tool. Next, please. So now I'm going into our first initiative in this gas integrity portfolio. Our first initiative, titled Gas Network Decommissioning Pathway to Scale Infrastructure Retirement. Next, please. This initiative advances scalable, system-level approaches to gas infrastructure retirement across California. Through prior gas decommissioning initiative, we have focused on ensuring a smooth and equitable energy transition and the implementation of zonal decommissioning pilot projects. Those efforts are expected to generate valuable framework and interactive tools that examine social economics, social justice, cost-benefit trade-off, and stranded access risks through social science and data analysis. And as we move forward to statewide scale decommissioning, new and complex challenges will need to be addressed. These include technical and operational complexity of retiring infrastructure across a larger area, as well as gaps in planning for managing costs and retired pipeline management. Decommissioning at scale is not simply just expanding pilot efforts, but rather it introduces operational, financial, and regulatory consideration that require a more coordinated system-level approach. So in this initiative, we'll incorporate several core innovations. It will include a comprehensive assessment of infrastructure characteristics in the interconnected zone, statewide market trends, and infrastructure retirement management methods. These studies will be used to update protocols for large-scale decommissioning, and customer preferences will be incorporated into the framework to ensure alignment with community needs. And from an affordability and reliability perspective, this initiative will support community benefit by exploring new cost-saving revenues for gas users. From a safety perspective, it prioritizes the improvement of system integrity and efficiency in a large-scale decommissioning manner. And most importantly, this initiative is designed to ensure equity, build community trust and acceptance, and maintain gas user satisfaction throughout. Next, please. This initiative directly aligned with the priority outlined in the CPUC proceeding identified here, particularly the long-term gas planning proceeding and state policy, including SB 1221, which both identify decommissioning as a pathway to decarbonization. It will provide a critical analysis across decommissioning pilots to enable a comparative and iterative learning to better inform decommissioning scale-up. And next, I'll hand over to PG&E representative David to present the gas integrity program plan from the end. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. This is David from PG&E Gas R&D. So I'm going to address the first theme, gas system integrity. I will cover two initiatives underneath and followed by my colleague for the rest of this initiative. So first of all, the slide that you can see highlight the recent gas system integrity work across the different gas system assets that include pipeline facility, as well as will address the geohazard issue. The example showing here include our solution using the non-intrusive inspection and mapping, real-time threat detection, and geohazards monitoring and modeling. Those are more, we focus on more new cutting-edge technology. The focus is really to get the practical learning that can improve the reliability, safety, while remaining attentive to affordability and equity impact. Next slide, please. Yeah, here we want to acknowledge Commission's subject matter of expert for the detailed feedback reflected in this table. The key theme included building on prior investment, avoid any duplication, and strengthening transferability and system-level learning. The feedback also emphasized careful use of AI and analytics, including transparency, and at the same time maintaining human decision-making authority. Next slide, please. So additional theme include clarifying remaining research questions and focusing on cost effectiveness and incremental value. The feedback also emphasized clearer role definition and coordination across administrators at the initiative level. So we do really appreciate this input, and it has directly informed the refinement to our scope, emphasis, and how we describe intended outcome. Next slide, please. So this initiative is presented in three parts: identify need, propose solution, and anticipate impact. The identified need centers on reducing geohazard risk and increasing more real-time visibility and predictive capability. The proposed solution include advanced sensor technology, remote sensing, and predictive analytics with emphasis on additive learning at complement existing work. So this is really about the geohazards initiative. Next slide, please. So from this slide is we're mapping the initiative to related the CPUC proceeding, the policy priority. The intent is really to show the specific policy priority being addressed, and the gap in the research is designed to inform. We aim to keep the alignment narrative focused on actionable learning and transferable where feasible. Next slide, please. So now I'm talking about the second initiative, really focus on innovative and cost-effective integrity management. So this initiative is presented also in three parts. The identified needs is driven by increasing integrity-related cost pressure and the need for proactive, cost-effective risk evaluation through innovation. So the proposed solution here is really also emphasizes on non-intrusive assessment and monitoring with impact framed around affordability, safety, and reliability. Next slide, please. So here we really present the CPU's proceeding and procedure mapping for the integrity management initiative. The key objective
I'm
is—
sorry, David,
yeah.
I'm going to jump in. We're one slide ahead. Can you go one slide back, please?
Oh, they didn't advance. Okay. So this is, let me see, this one, proceeding, yeah. Yeah, this I present the CPU's proceeding and policy mapping for the integrity management initiative. So the key objective is to connect the research for explicit commission priority and decision-making needs. Where analytical tools are discussed, we recognize the importance of the transparency and human oversight. I will now pass over to our colleague, Monique, to address the other initiative.
Great, thanks, David. I appreciate that. So good morning, everyone. My name is Monique, and I am one of the engineers on the gas RD&D team here at PG&E. Before I begin walking through my initiatives, I want to thank the CPUC SMEs and acknowledge the input that we've received over the past few months from the Commission, indicating that R&D funding related to emissions is not necessarily as high of a priority for the Commission anymore. We do want to be transparent that we are still evaluating how this feedback may affect our plans moving forward, as we do not have, or as we still have internal company goals around emission reduction, as well as obligations tied to the natural gas leak abatement program and the 26 best practices that follow. We kindly welcome further input from CPUC subject matter experts and other stakeholders, particularly if there are technologies that you believe would be appropriate for us to explore in this space. If not, we can work to reprioritize by reallocating the emissions portion of our budget towards other integrity management initiatives, such as those that David already discussed, shifting the focus really from the emissions reductions to more enhancing safety and driving affordability for ratepayers. So I'll go ahead and kick it off with my first initiative, which is advanced leak detection and repair. Leak detection and repair, or LDAR, has long been a very high priority for all of the California operators. Piloting new leak detection technologies with the intent to implement them helps drive affordability for ratepayers by improving efficiency, while also enhancing safety by enabling faster detection and localization of leaks. This initiative focuses on identifying and testing emerging technologies, including advanced mobile leak detection for distribution assets, aerial platforms for transmission assets, and continuous monitoring solutions for station and facility assets. Next slide, please. Great, thank you. As mentioned earlier, this initiative is driven by the 26 best practices mandated under the Natural Gas Leak Abatement Program that resulted from Senate Bill 1371. You've consistently seen this reflected in our plan because the technology in this space continues to always advance. To put it into perspective, we successfully deployed 2 new leak survey tools last year and are in the process of implementing a third one this year, building on the success of previous R&D pilots that were conducted in prior years. Next slide, please. Oh, I'm sorry. Can you move one more up? Forward. Yes, perfect. Thank you. So the next initiative I'll discuss is emission reduction activities and refined reporting. This initiative should also be very familiar as it has played a very significant role in the success of our emission reduction efforts over the years. This year, we were pleased to announce a 52% emission reduction compared to our 2015 baseline. This achievement was driven by several projects that originated in the R&D program, including the super emitter program, improved classification of meter set leaks, and enhanced quantification of emissions from transmission, metering, and regulating stations. This initiative continues to focus on identifying and testing tools that improve emission quantification and reporting accuracy, as well as technologies that can directly reduce emissions. As one example, in 2025, we demonstrated 2 vacuum purging technologies to significantly reduce emissions during purging practices. This also enhances safety for coworkers when they are performing this work. Next slide, please. And so while we have made meaningful progress, as mentioned before, we still remain on the path to net zero and still have commitments that we need to meet both internally and with respect to keeping up with our NGLA program that I spoke to earlier. And so with that, thank you for your time, and I'll go ahead and hand it over to my colleagues at SoCalGas.
Thank you, Monique.
Next slide.
Hello, next slide, please. Thank you, Monique. Hello, I'm Tyler Nguyen, and I'll take you through the major achievements and the milestones of gas across our 2025 gas operations portfolio. Now, our team is dedicated. Next slide, please. Now, our team is dedicated to supporting our core mission of delivering natural gas safely, reliably, and at an affordable cost. We partner with consortia and industry-wide collaborators to assess emerging technologies across the broader RD&D landscape, ensuring California's priorities are represented and focusing on projects that provide direct values to our ratepayers. In 2025, gas operations had 68 active projects. While no new projects were initiated, 28 projects were completed and 4 were deployed or commercialized. Several key projects are highlighted here on the slide. Additionally, 3 major projects are nearing completion, including one that is close to commercializing an application device, and another project with a successful demonstration. If you would like additional information on these projects, our 2025 RD&D annual report will be available on our website soon. Next slide, please. This is a completed collaborative project with the Pipeline Research Council Institute and funded by PHMSA. Now, state regulations require gas storage wells to be inspected at least every 24 months, unless prior results justify a longer interval. Maintaining casing integrity remains a priority at SoCalGas, as undetected corrosions can cause safety risks, operational failures, and costly repairs. This research study includes a comprehensive review and lab testing of commercial through tubing inspection tools to evaluate their ability to detect and measure corrosion features of known size and dimensions. These tools allow us to assess casing conditions without removing the inner tubing, thus improving efficiency and reducing the well entry risk. Improving these inspection methods enhances safety, boosts system reliability, and reduces long-term costs. So as you can see in the slide, here's a picture of the test well setup, the left image, showing the wellhead and the deep well simulator. And then the upper right-hand image shows a picture of the prepared yard installation. Overall, this project succeeded in developing the methodology, quantifying the tool limits, and completing field trials. The future work will focus on improving tool accuracy, expanding the field trials, and enhancing towards an industry-recommended practice. And now, I will pass it over to Eric Rodriguez, who will cover the next few slides on gas system integrity. Thank you.
Next slide, please. Thank you, Tyler. Hello, my name is Eric Rodriguez, and I am the Gas Emissions RD&D Manager at SoCalGas. Over the past several years, research through the Natural Gas Leakage Abatement Program has allowed us to nearly achieve the 40% methane reduction target almost 5 years ahead of schedule. That's a major achievement, but there's still a great deal of work to be done to achieve net zero. Today, roughly 80% of the remaining emissions come from distribution mains, services, and customer meters. These aren't isolated issues, but spread throughout 100,000 miles of pipeline and 6 million meter sets. That sheer scale tells us that traditional approaches to finding and repairing leaks simply aren't enough. We need methods that are faster, smarter, and more cost-effective if we're going to keep reducing emissions while protecting ratepayers. This R&D initiative is designed to bridge those gaps. One of our priorities is to evaluate state-of-the-art leak detection technologies capable of covering large areas quickly and at a lower overall cost. The goal is simple: find leaks earlier, respond faster, and prevent more incidents. Doing so reduces greenhouse gas emissions, improves safety, and lowers inspection and maintenance costs by allowing us to work smarter, not harder. But leak detection and repair is only one brick on the road to achieving true net zero. Leak prevention is just as essential. To get there, We plan to integrate and analyze existing data sets that live on disjointed systems. By bringing together information on the who, what, and where, we can begin to uncover the why and how. We've already seen success with this approach in our prior research on customer meter sets. By combining leak data such as leak rate and leak source with installation data such as component models, material types, and years installed, we were able to paint a much clearer picture of the most common failure modes. That insight is critical because it allows us to address the underlying causes rather than simply treating the symptoms. And once those core issues are identified, we can validate preventative solutions that are both effective and cost efficient. Next slide, please. I want to briefly acknowledge the regulatory foundation that guides this work. These CPUC proceedings outline the direction for gas system integrity, safety, and environmental responsibility, which form the basis for the Environmental and Safety Initiative here. Next slide, please. So as we translate the strategy into action, here's how the individual pieces start to come together. Across leak prevention, leak detection, and infrastructure resilience, each aspect of our portfolio tries to tackle different parts of the challenge. Some efforts focus on continuing to prevent leaks through design, failure mode mapping, and validation of component alternatives, while others push forward the next generation of detection technologies, from handheld tools and passive mobile platforms to AI-enhanced aerial systems. Alongside those, we're strengthening overall system resilience with projects that evaluate new materials, sensor technologies, and smart protection systems. No single project solves a problem on its own, but together they fill in the complete puzzle of a safer, more efficient, and more sustainable gas network. To discuss our next initiative, I'll pass it on to my colleague, Geraldine Garcia.
Thank you, Eric. Good morning, everyone. My name is Geraldine Garcia. I am the Gas Operations RD&D Manager. Today, I will be speaking about the System Inspection and Monitoring Initiative, commonly referred to as SINM. In this slide, I will discuss the identified research needs, its proposed solution, and its corresponding benefits and impacts. At present, SoCalGas has a system infrastructure of over 100,000 miles of distribution mains, transmission, and service pipelines, and serves more than 21 million customers. The safety and reliability of our pipeline is a high priority for SoCalGas, and SoCalGas maintains our pipeline by continual inspections and monitoring of our system. We continually work to improve our ability to forecast pipeline performance by leveraging historical insights and ensuring our data is captured with precision and accuracy. Our proposed solutions addresses gaps with regards to pre-calibrated, untethered, free-swimming inline inspection tools, also known as inline ILI tools, and improving different sensors to meet additional inspection criteria. Another is leveraging artificial intelligence and machine learning to connect disparate data collected across different types of inspection devices or systems. And lastly, being able to provide field employees with real-time data via augmented reality. The anticipated impact is that as we improve the reliability and efficiency of our operations, we can reduce our operational costs to combat rising costs and maintain customer rates. In the next slide, I will discuss the policy drivers that aligns with the identified priorities in our SINM initiative. Next slide, please. This slide shows the policy drivers that inform the SINM initiative and it identified priorities and alignments. The first policy listed here addresses strategies to be approached, developed, or enacted to assess vulnerabilities and to potentially be adapted into our infrastructure, operations, and services. Here, our RD&D program looks at research that can address goals associated with climate adaptation and vulnerability assessments, also known as CAVA. The second policy governs how the gas utilities operates and maintains their transmission and distribution systems as part of our state policy. This also incorporates parts of the Code of Federal Regulations. These policies define how we identify research and prioritize them for research. In the following slide, I will outline how the strategy is implemented. Next slide, please. Here we have shown the S-I&M roadmap, highlighting how the individual elements integrate and support one another, while finding solutions to advance system inspection and monitoring capabilities. We are targeting 3 sections. 1, the advancement of inline inspection tools. 2, the improvement of a geohazard monitoring and modeling. And 3, the advancement and innovation of system inspection tools outside of ILI tools. Within each section, every element of our portfolio contributes to a different aspect for meeting these targets. Inspection tool enhancements include developing robotics-based tools to better detect pipe anomalies, such as cracks, seams, corrosion, hard spots, and more, along with evaluating tool performance for assets like through tubing storage wells and plastic pipelines. We are also working to improve geohazard monitoring and modeling to refine knowledge of ground movement and its impact on infrastructure. Please note that while no single project is a standalone solution, together they do deliver an integrated foundation for a safer, more efficient, and more sustainable gas network. That said, I will be introducing Raina to present the Community Impact and Energy Conservative Initiative.
Thank you, Sherilyn. Hi, I'm Raina Reynoso with SoCalGas, and as we begin this section, I want to briefly acknowledge the regulatory guidance that shapes our work in community impact and energy conservation. Yes. When we talk about community impact and energy conservation, at the center of it all is a very simple belief. People deserve to feel safe, informed, and supported when it comes to their energy use. And right now, many of our customers, especially those in disadvantaged communities, don't have the tools or information they need to recognize when something is wrong. Most folks don't immediately know when they are using more gas than intended. The earliest sign might be a sudden spike in a monthly bill. And when that happens, the financial burden falls hardest on the households least able to absorb it. We have a responsibility, not just from a regulatory standpoint, but from a human standpoint to do better. Today, advanced meter algorithms can help detect some of these issues, but aerial leak surveys have shown a significant number are still missed. The ideal system would detect every real problem while minimizing false alarms to keep costs down, while maintaining customer confidence in the alert system. Our RD&D approach here is about empowering the people and making the system work for them. Prior research has shown that aerial leak service data can enhance our meter algorithms, improving their ability to detect real gas leaks and even hot water leak events. With further refinement and better calibration, these tools can become more accurate and more reliable, reducing false alarms while improving safety. We also want to use the data in a way that shines a light on communities that face repeated or unresolved issues. By identifying these areas we frequent gas or hot water problems, we can provide support and justification for programs and efforts that address these long-standing maintenance challenges. Ultimately, this initiative is about giving people peace of mind, improving fairness across the system, and making sure every customer in every community feels the impact of a safer, smarter, and more equitable energy future. Next slide. These CPUC proceedings lay out the expectation for creating a gas system that is not only safe and reliable, but also equitable and affordable. I won't go into details here, but all of the work on the next slide is grounded in the direction that is provided by these documents. For anyone interested in exploring, the full text and guidance are available in the resources shown here. Next slide. Thank you. Early projects focused on data analysis to reveal problems we didn't previously been able to see. As we look ahead, we're building on that foundation by developing tools that improve the accuracy, reduce the unnecessary cost, and give customers clear visibility into their own energy use. We're doing this by validating enhanced meter algorithms in the field, refining them at scale, and creating new ways for customers to access minimal, easy to understand insights. Through these efforts, we're aiming for a future where every household can better manage their energy cost, avoid preventable issues, and feel genuinely supported by the system that serves them. With this portion completed, I turn it over to my colleague Jin, who will continue with her presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Reina. Good morning, everyone. My name is Jing Zhang. I'm the Renewable Blending Research Manager at SoCalGas. I'll be discussing our system design and materials initiative, which aim, next slide, please. Next slide, please. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll be discussing our system design and materials initiative, which aims to modernize our gas infrastructure. To date, we have developed a probabilistic failure model for metal pipelines. However, our polyethylene lifetime prediction models remain limited and lack the accuracy needed for long-term asset management decisions. To address this, we propose developing improved prediction models supported by field sampling and material agent data, giving us a more reliable understanding of polyethylene asset performance over time. Our earlier work identified several flow path mechanisms that may affect well barrier integrity, but we still lack a validated comprehensive risk model that characterizes these failure pathways. Our research will establish integrity thresholds and conduct detailed evaluations of barrier behavior and flow path dynamics to pinpoint the highest risk conditions. A review of current repair methods showed that many do little to meaningfully extend asset life. What's missing is a set of
Jinjiang, we lost your voice.
Okay, I think I accidentally put on mute. Yeah, so our earlier work identified several flow path mechanisms that may affect well barrier integrity, but we still lack a validated comprehensive risk model that characterizes these failure pathways. So our research will establish integrity thresholds and conduct detailed evaluations of barrier behavior and the flow path dynamics to pinpoint the highest risk conditions. A review of current repair methods shows that many do little to meaningfully extend asset life. What's missing is a set of validated alternative or non-traditional repair approaches that can maintain safety and performance while reducing full replacement needs. We plan to evaluate these methods to determine where they can effectively enhance safety, reliability, and longevity. We've reviewed the existing protection measures and found that emerging technologies such as breakaway fittings offer promise but have not yet been fully evaluated. Our work will focus on advancing and testing these protective technologies to enable broader and more effective adoption. Overall, this work improves safety by clarifying failure risks, boosts reliability through better performance predictions and a longer asset life, and support affordability by reducing premature replacements. Together, these efforts build a stronger foundation for safer, more reliable, and cost-effective gas systems. Next slide, please. So our research under the System Design and Materials Initiative aligns with CPUC proceedings and policies that emphasize long-term planning, safety, and cost-effective integration of renewable gas resources. Our work supports these objectives by advancing materials performance, strengthening system design practices, and enabling safer and more affordable gas infrastructure. Next slide, please. Yeah, so this roadmap here shows how our system design and the materials initiative builds on completed research to advance system safety and reliability. We're taking what we have learned about asset aging, materials performance, gas composition, and the system modeling, and moving toward more practical, forward-looking solutions. The proposed projects strengthen protection, improve compatibility, and enhance predictive tools, positioning us to design and maintain a safer, more resilient, and future-ready gas system. With that, I'll now pass it to Flavio to discuss RNG infrastructure optimization initiative. Thank you.
Thanks, Jen. Hello, everyone. My name is Flavio da Cruz, and I'll be presenting the next initiative, RNG infrastructure optimization. This initiative focuses on reducing the time and lowering the cost of RNG interconnections, expanding potential injection points, and improving overall efficiency from compression to gas quality monitoring. We are planning to work on developing modular interconnection designs, evaluating reverse flow strategies, and exploring efficiency upgrades that simplify field deployment. These efforts could help us improve RNG availability and make RNG delivery more affordable. Next slide, please. Under this initiative, we'll be looking for opportunities to refine interconnection designs and operational practices, which will help us reduce project costs and construction complexity. This work aligns with the CPUC direction on biomethane procurement and open access interconnection, building on Commission Standard Interconnection Framework and the SB 1440 procurement program. Altogether, this effort supports safe and reliable RNG delivery as more projects come online. Next slide. Here you can see the range of activities contained in this initiative. We'll be focusing our work on advancing standardized interconnection designs, exploring reverse flow techniques, evaluating high efficiency compression, improving contaminants detection, and testing storage and buffering alternatives. These activities support the broader goal of making RNG interconnections more affordable and scalable. This work connects with related research on gas quality monitoring and flexible systems operations across administrators, while remaining utility-specific in how we apply these technologies to our grid. Let me pass back to Mark. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Flavio. Now it is time, next slide, please. Thank you. Now it is time for our very first ESJ panel. I'd like to introduce Ryan Young, who will serve as the moderator for this panel, as well as for the general audience discussion that follows. Ryan serves as the Deputy Public Advisor for the Energy Commission. Next slide, please. Ryan.
Thank you, everyone, and welcome. It's great to have you all here today. I want to start out by introducing a couple of panelists, some special guests today that are going to be providing feedback on this portfolio of investments. First, we have Alec Jassett with Physicians for Social Responsibility, or PSR LA. We have Carmelita Miller with the Greenlining Institute. And then we have Sarah Sharp, the Deputy Executive Director for the Central California Asthma Collaborative, as well as DACAG member and leader in our community. I'd like to start out by just acknowledging that this is a non-traditional space for environmental and social justice, particularly environmental justice organizations, to invest their time in pursuing. Oftentimes, R&D feels a little bit inaccessible to those that work in the community on a day-to-day basis. But I'm really honored to have these guests here today to share their feedback, their community perspectives, and to help us hone these investment strategies to decarbonize our gas system and decommission it ultimately. So with that, I'm going to invite each one to tell us a little bit about themselves and what brings them to this unique space. And I'd like to start with Carmelita. Carmelita, what brings you here today and who are you?
Thanks. Thank you for inviting me and the Greenlining Institute to this conversation. I'm honored to be here. Again, my name is Carmelita, and I serve as Greenlining's energy strategist. Greenlining was founded around 30 years ago by a coalition of community-based organizations all over the state to address the legacy of redlining, the systemic exclusion of communities of color from financial services that produce the racial wealth gap we see today. Those same neighborhoods are now disproportionately designated as disadvantaged communities and energy ESJ communities and energy burdened communities. The maps are a perfect interlay of each other, right? The inequities embedded in housing and finance because of redlining are mirrored in our energy system today. Greenlining is also a leadership development institution. We train young professionals of color in our policy areas, including energy. And in fact, both Ryan Young and I are alumni of the Energy Fellowship Program, which reflects our commitment to building long-term expertise within impacted communities. Our team advances bill affordability solutions, protects equitable decarbonization and energy efficiency programs, and works to eliminate fossil fuel dependence. I'm here because the energy transition to us is not just an engineering challenge, it's a racial and economic justice inflection point. The question for us is not whether we innovate, but whether innovation reduces the burden of those who have historically borne the greatest harm. I am also here because our team very often collaborate and support EJ organizations because our mission and values align. And with Sarah and Alex, today I want to help connect the dots where economic equity and climate justice overlap in energy.
Thank you. Thanks for being here, Carmelita. I next would like to turn to Alex. Alex, what is PSRLA interest in a R&D program on gas? What brings you here?
Yeah, thanks, Ryan. And good morning, everyone. My name is Alex Jessett, and I'm the Energy Justice Director at Physicians for Social Responsibility, Los Angeles, otherwise PSRLA. And so we strive to partner the credible voice of health professionals with impacted community partners in order to elevate policies and programs that advance public health and environmental justice, particularly in pollution-burdened communities. And so I oversee our energy justice program, which covers energy generation and fossil fuel phase out, as well as building decarbonization, energy affordability, and our extreme heat work as well. And so, yes, very excited to be here. Appreciate the CEC's invitation. I think what I hope to bring to this conversation today is, really the public health lens and thinking through how we can advance the decarbonization of our system at the same time as advancing some other equity goals as well. And so,
Thank you.
Just appreciate
Beautiful.
being here.
Welcome. And I would like to next, last but not least, turn to Sarah Sharp. She's a leader on our DACAG, and I'm really eager to learn about what brings her to this conversation.
Thank you, Ryan, and thank you everybody for including me and us in this important conversation. I also want to clarify that I'm not here on behalf of the DACAG because none of my comments have been vetted with that group, but I do serve on that group. So at Central California Asthma Collaborative, I'm the Deputy Executive Director. We formed in 2011 in an effort to address a really severe health issue that we have in our region in Central California, which is really high, very high rates of asthma. We are dedicated to advancing health equity, improving air quality, building climate resilience, and reducing the burden of asthma in underserved communities across Central California. We recently have begun we have a CARES program, which stands for Comprehensive Asthma Remediation and Education Services. So that team of community health workers goes out into the homes of low-income Medi-Cal recipients that are diagnosed with asthma and who are their asthma is out of control. And so that team has been identifying needs in those homes to address triggers, and we saw decarbonization and electrification of homes as a huge opportunity that we could bring to improve indoor air quality for a lot of these families. And that's kind of the nexus and how we got into this whole energy conversation. And as a result, when we are just launching now some building decarbonization projects in Kern County and hopefully spreading across our region. through different partnerships with other programs, but we are learning a lot and very concerned about the impacts, especially with affordability and bill impacts that these may have on our patients. And so as we really dig into the decarbonization, we are very interested in this research. I also would be remiss if I didn't mention that we have a research program, and we've been funded through a few different CEC programs to do research on the health impacts and air quality impacts of decarbonization, switching out stoves and et cetera. We've also worked on super emitters of methane. We've done quite a bit of research, and so we have that interest as well.
Great. Thank you and welcome. So I know folks understand that there's lots of different types of equity, right? There's, procedural equity, there's substantive, representational, et cetera. I'm wondering, Carmelita, if you can help us start to dig in here and tell us what you think about the portfolio ideas overall that you've been presented with, and then feel free to make any specific suggestions as you do so.
Yeah, I think, well, I'll go ahead and get started with the gas network decommissioning pathways. I was writing notes for each of those categories, so I'll be specific. I think from the economic equity lens, one issue that's always on our mind at Greenlining is the risk of the shrinking rate base, right, spiral. As higher income customers electrify first, and remaining gas customers are disproportionately low income. And so the question always is, how does a project like this, an idea like this, prevent that escalating fixed costs on smaller low income customer base? So that's one. But another one too that's connected to that is this about stranded cost. Who ultimately pays for legacy assets or cost customers? How can we use, again, an idea like this to try to understand more about who's going to ultimately pay for these legacy assets, and what we can do to make sure that they're not, again, the already overburdened communities.
Great, thank you. And Alex and Sarah, I'm curious what you guys think about kind of the public health perspective on some of these investments. Like, what's your initial reaction, both from a big picture perspective, but also with some of the specific themes being presented to you? Feel free, whoever has a burning desire to respond first.
Happy to let you go first, Sarah, unless you want me to. Okay. Yeah, so I guess in sort of a high level response, I think that the program should really focus RD&D into things that support a rapid and efficient clean energy transition, that really shifts the benefits and burdens in ways that promote equity and ensures safeguards for vulnerable populations as that transition is occurring. And I think those vulnerable populations include workers, tenants, and frontline communities living near the fossil fuel infrastructure. And so I guess in terms of the gas system integrity, I think that is important, but I guess from our view, it's only important until a truly clean energy transition can occur. And so I think the sort of scarce RD&D investments should be prioritized for things that really try to solve the deeper challenges of maintaining safety and affordability while decommissioning our gas infrastructure. So I think I would lean more towards that than any of the investments that sustain or reinforce a system that ultimately we at PSRLA would like to see replaced. And especially knowing that in this case, some of there are profitable utilities that could be making some of the safety investments, for example, through other pots of funds, through their commitments to worker and community safety, for example. So I think the from my perspective, the bulk of the funding should go more towards the decarbonization side of the bucket. But I think from the options that were listed, I do just really want to call out the CEC's gas network decommissioning pathways to scale infrastructure retirement. To me, that felt like exactly the kind of difficult question we need to be solving. And so, yeah, I thought that was a really good option. I think for, again, some of the leak detection and safety things, I think those are important investments to be made. I don't know if that necessarily should come out of this pot of funding. And then, yeah, just a note that I would probably discourage the RNG infrastructure optimization just because I don't, as we're thinking about broader equity and public health concerns, I don't think RNG is necessarily the best approach to solving some of those challenges. So would discourage investment in that area. And happy to pass it off to Sarah.
Thank you, Alex. I'm surprised actually that we have very similar perspectives because we did not discuss this prior. But I had the same overall take on the balance of how the funds are split between the two priority areas. I think that obviously there's been some really important work done and some very important learnings on improving our gas system integrity. But I think that this whole effort here is not easy. It's a difficult job to figure out how to balance addressing our current needs while also being forward thinking. And I think, for research and development, I think you should be more forward thinking and looking at where we're trying to go. And so my actual saying, I had a very similar reaction that Alex did, that some of the projects and some of the priorities to me sound like things I assumed that investor-owned utilities would be covering as part of their standard maintenance and asset protection process. And so I guess I had actually a question about this, and I don't know if I should ask it now, but I had a question about who kind of vets and determines that the investment is truly necessary for a learning and development from a learning and development perspective versus if it's something that they should be investing in to just see if they can improve their systems in leak detection, for example, or other things like that. So that was my initial take on it, but I do very similarly already wrote down that, I think it's really important that California not invest in research that will lead to further entrenching us in our gas system. And so that would include, I think, any kind of investment in research that will elongate our transition off of combustion requiring technologies. Generally, and that comes from our perspective as, working primarily on air quality, criteria pollutants, not just greenhouse gases. And so it's really important to look at that. And I really appreciated that. I believe it was in PG&E's presentation. Actually it was SoCalGas that highlighted their air pollution reduction, emission reductions statistics, because I think that's important to look at, not just greenhouse gas reductions, at least for our communities and in the parts of California that I work in. But I would also assume that it's for SoCal and the two non-attainment zone representatives. We work in in South Coast and San Joaquin Valley, where we do not comply with a lot of the federal air quality standards.
I really appreciate some of the principles that you guys are all sharing. I think that they could be applied broadly to some of the initiatives and themes across the board. Before I go to the next question, it looks like Carmelita might want to share a thought.
Yeah, really quickly, I just want to express my agreement and support to what Alex and Sarah had said. And then I was also just going through all my notes for each of the sections. One thing that I forgot to add earlier is that we are overall, I want to recommend that we add an affordability or equity proof, a requirement to show that the customer segment that's being affected, that there's no cost shifting at all done to low income customers or renters or anything that kind of suggests as to the issues I mentioned earlier was happening or are happening. So wanted to add that.
Great, thank you. In this discussion, I remember during my time at Greenlining, I was responsible for advocating for SB 535, which was a lot of the precursor policy to making these proactive investments in disadvantaged communities on a portfolio basis and as a percentage of our overall investment. And as that body of law and policy has evolved, a lot of us often think about whether or not benefits to ESJ communities are either direct or meaningful or both, right? Whether they're located in those communities. And so I would like to open up this question to everyone here, and that is, what is the perspective of locating R&D projects in ESJ communities? Is this generally perceived as a benefit? And if not, why? Let's start with Carmelita.
Picking on me. I think I also want to hear what Alex and Sarah say here, but I'm worried about the already very, very burdened communities that we're talking about, where I would like to know, for example, exactly where and what kinds of issues these communities are already facing, how, again, it will exacerbate any of those issues they're already facing. And like I said, for each of the ideas, I'd love to see some sort of like affordability or energy burden analysis requirement anyway. And I'm sure, there's something that something significant we can add that also assesses for climate, which with Cal and Virus Green, you know, we should have an easier time to kind of figure out. And again, the residents already know too what kinds of issues they're facing. So I my I'm worried, curious, and but more worried. And so I don't know, Sarah, please, yeah, chime in.
Yeah, I would say that highly depends on what the project is. Because in some cases, in many cases, disadvantaged communities and environmental social justice action communities or however you want to term or categorize them, do not appreciate being a guinea pig for new technologies if it's unproven or there is a question about what the impacts may be. And a good example of that could be the hydrogen blending project that was proposed to happen in Orange Cove, which is a small farm worker town. I believe it's in Fresno County, it might be Tulare County. But the community did not really know that was coming and was concerned about it, and it didn't sit well with many people. But on the other hand, I think some of the projects that were discussed, like the PG&E one about enhancing leak detection and reporting, I think I don't have it. I don't have enough screens to have all the things open. But certain things like that, I'm sure would be happy to be at the forefront of those types of projects. And so I think it really depends. I guess that's the question. That's the answer I would give. And
think
then we are also, and I probably I'll save my other, are we going to we're splitting this up by the gas system integrity and then the decarbonization, right? Because I have a lot of thoughts on the decarbonization side of things, but yeah, I'll pass it to
there'll be additional time to share those thoughts as well as they develop. Alex, I want to ask a follow-up question on this same theme. Given that sometimes folks in the community, at the community level, the benefits of R&D are not exactly tangible to them. So as someone who is relatively coming at this from an outside perspective, what would make an R&D investment of benefit to a community?
Yeah, I think the sort of most important thing is to engage with that community and determine and sort of allow that community itself to determine if this project would benefit them. And I think that is the step that often gets overlooked because it's costly and it's expensive to actually do deep community engagement. But I think that that's how we will get to the kinds of research and development projects that communities will actually be proud of. And so I think that should be the goal for all of this, is that we're developing things that the community that does house it is proud of that investment, is happy with that investment. And so I would encourage there to be a lot of deep community engagement. I think beyond that, looking again at things beyond just decarbonization. So are there other air pollutants that are going to emerge from this project or pilot? Are there safety concerns that are going to emerge from this that were previously not there? Are there financial concerns? Are there traffic considerations? I think there's a lot of things that go into it that often when you're just taking a decarbonization lens, you miss. And so again, encourage a lot of stakeholder engagement and really deep engagement to think through all of those issues and how to really hone in on what the best approach is for any given community.
Excellent. I'm going to shift gears a little bit here with this question, and this one can be thought of as a little more procedural in nature, or obviously, these ideas are going to get turned into a grant. There's going to be a solicitation and an award made, right? But along that journey, there's lots of stops along the way, and I'm not sure if the project team here can put up the slide about the diversity and equity tools in the process. I think it's a helpful guide. But there's things like a budget plan, there's scoping concepts, there's actual scoring of the applications and the submittals, the awards, and then all the way down to how the grant gets managed. Do you have any suggestions on how to insert equity into the actual grant making process? Sarah, let's start with you.
Sure. I actually I had quite a bit of notes and thoughts about procedure and process with regards to this program.
I had a feeling, yeah.
Yeah. I think it continues a lot of programs, and I know the CEC is actually very at the forefront of this in requiring consultation or inclusion of community-based organizations or communities in proposals. And so I was wondering if that might be applicable here, where if before a project is selected, that there is a demonstrated early engagement and process of communicating with impacted communities or the community or community-based organizations that may support or work with the project to make sure community is engaged and aware and supportive and included in the whole project overall. Also, it sounded like, and I'm still not super clear on how sounds like the three administrators administrate these programs differently. And it sounded like the SoCalGas and PG&E don't have as much of a public solicitation process, and it's more of it looked like on one of the slides that just industry or somebody who has an idea can proactively reach out to them. But I think it maybe should be reversed, where they issue a solicitation. and it's open to the public to respond.
Can I ask one of our utility representatives to respond to that last point? How is this these funding streams awarded, and what points are there to introduce equity into the process?
Mike or Jeanette, that's probably you. Or Paul. I think we caught them by surprise. You want to move on to the next question? They can prepare a response and maybe they can answer it in a few minutes.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think folks would be interested in that question. Now, I'm wondering, Carmelita, you had your hand raised?
Yeah, I do want to add one more thought to what Sarah said around that is when thinking about the funding of projects, like I suggested earlier, maybe having a requirement that also analyzes an ideas or project's potential for like any further harm and affordability of a given community that's going to be impacted. But also, we talked about a lot of predictive technologies in the presentations today, right? So taking that as an example, I think, and when we think about funding these types of technologies, creating a scoring criteria, perhaps that really looks at transparency and something that's not biased towards underinvestment or overly expansion of gas in already marginalized communities, and with the requirement to like check out the affordability impacts, scoring something or thinking about funding connected to a project's prioritizing lowering the energy burden, again, as opposed to it being just neutral or perhaps even worsening it.
Let's go back to our IOU friends and see if they have any thoughts on the award process and solicitation process and equity.
Jeff and Paul, I believe you said you were ready on the chat to address that for SoCalGas.
Yeah. I could address both. Good morning, it's Jeff Chase. So as far as the award process goes, I think it was either Paul or Mike that touched on this earlier. The best way to get funding from SoCalGas RD&D is to reach out to us at the RD&D email address that will be on the last slide, and we can talk through the various proposals. Again, making sure that they're in alignment with the goals that we've set forth in this presentation and the constraints that we have around us operating as a research entity. As far as the ESG components, specifically, at least on the downstream side and across the whole program, when we evaluate a project, we have a form that we call the project concept form, and we take that project, high-level project, we put it through the concept review process where we all sit down as a team and vet the merits of the project, both on the technical side as well as on the benefit side. And equity benefits or equity considerations is a part of that review process. And so a certain project, may, and again, you touched on this on the first question, how valuable is a project being located in an ESJ community? We do address that, where is the project located? But then there's also other opportunities and considerations that we give to every project, like, are there educational opportunities? We've done a lot of projects where we've specifically added scope to a research project to educate elementary school or high school kids in an ESJ community about the benefits of the technology that we're working on. So whether that is a microgrid project that we're educating elementary schools about, or maybe even bringing on interns from an ESJ community or a disadvantaged serving school, that's another thing that we look at when we're going through the review process. So there's a lot of things that we consider, obviously open to feedback for other things that we should add into that process and we should consider when we're, kind of rating the ESG components of a project. Hopefully that answered your question. Yeah, if I just jump in a little, I actually never introduced myself, so apologies about that. My name is Paul Lin. I'm in the RD&D manager on the decarbonization side. But I think Jeff touched on and showed how we actually formalize certain processes in our review process to make sure that we're considering ESG components. And that question, Ryan, that you had asked the group about, how is the sentiment about having a project located in an ESG community? Is it a good thing? Is it a bad thing? Like, we're very interested in that question as well. And we do monitor how many projects are in ESG communities. And so that can be a good thing and, it can be seen positively and potentially negatively. So we want to make sure that we're doing things to support that community, to raise awareness and education, to get people interested in science and technology and how that impacts, ultimately a decarbonized state. But we can always improve step by step. So we appreciate any feedback we can get.
Do you have
Excellent.
current data on where the projects so far have been, or like the past projects have been that we can take a look at?
We should have something, so maybe we can touch base offline. Yeah.
Paul, I can step in there too. If you go to SoCalGas RD&D's website and also pge.com//innovation, you should be able to access annual reports from past years. And those generally have information about where projects were located, at least generally. And I know in the SoCalGas versions, there are maps with thumbnails showing where the projects are located.
Great. Before I move us back to the next item on our agenda, I'm hoping, Carmelita, you can close us out by telling us, given your grass tops kind of positioning and perspective, what would you tell other ESG communities and organizations about participating in something like R&D?
I'd say it's really necessary. It's critical. But like many organizations, including Greenlining, we also want the Commission and our utilities to note that we are very short-staffed, right? This is a very complex issue area. And while many of us have expertise, it does, it requires a lot of time for us to think this through. So I would say that keep in mind process, right? So we need some equitable procedural equity, meaning that you engage not only with us intentionally and sincerely, and give us that time that we really need in order to be able to engage with you productively, but also allow us to engage our coalition members, our residents, those who are from the communities. I think you heard from all three of us, we hesitate in that one big and important question you had about is it a good or bad thing to have these projects located in the communities? I will never answer that because I'm not from the community, right? I think people should determine what they want for their community. So I think, if anything, if you can take one thing away from me, is that I know that everybody's busy. This is very important to us. We want to be here. We want to be here. I want to be here. We want to be able to help with the subject matter. It's just that as smaller organizations, I think collecting us and having us team up together is a really great strategy, but we still need more time. And we have constituents, our own constituents, our own residents, coalition members that we have to report back to, even as a grassroots organization.
Sure. Sarah, final thoughts before we move on?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I would just add on to what Carmelita was just saying, that the first thought that came to mind was the quote, and I don't know if it's attributed to anybody, but just the nothing for us without us, or nothing about us without us. kind of sentiment. And so, one thing that we often, the CCAC does often for many research projects, and I think maybe this should be considered a critical or almost required component, is to have either a community advisory board or citizens advisory board that is, resourced. So we typically will always incorporate that into any research project we do to make sure that we are throughout the process keeping people informed and engaged. But as Carmelita mentioned, all of these things take additional resources, and we acknowledge that. But I do think it's very important to always have that, even in a highly technical project, which sometimes people think is too technical for community, and it's often not. It can be used as a learning opportunity. Thank you.
Of course. And thank you. I want to just say thank you guys for your feedback this first round. We're going to have another round of this, but I think this is going great, and I really appreciate what you guys are sharing here today. I'm going to move us along to public comment for this first session. We welcome public comment at this time. Comments are going to be limited to 3 minutes each. If you'd like to make a comment, please push the raised hand icon in your Zoom, and we will recognize you in order. I'm essentially going to ask you to unmute once I've unmuted you, and then you should be able to provide your comment. Please state and spell your name for the record, as well as identify your affiliation. The first person that I see that would like to make a comment is Sarah Gerson. Sarah, I'm going to unmute you. You want to unmute on your end. Sarah? Looks like Sarah put her hand down. So again, you want to use the raise hand feature on your screen. All right, Sarah, are you still there? Okay, let's try and unmute Matt Gregory. Matt, please provide your comment. Is it just me? Are we having some difficulty unmuting folks? All right, I'm not seeing any other commenters, so we can return to these folks if we get that confirmation that they've been unmuted. Matt Ipuna, would you like to ask a question or provide some feedback? I'm going to unmute your line. All right, it looks like we're having some technical difficulties with our ability to recognize people with feedback to share. We're going to return to public comment after a short break. But then for now, I'd like to pass it back and thank you for this first session.
All right, at this time, we have some written questions that we would like to address. I am just waiting to get the first written question to cover. Scott, would you mind moving to the next slide? That has some general questions for the audience that could get people thinking. Would love you to take a look at these, see if you have any answers to these questions. That would also be helpful information while we're doing this Q&A. All right. I will look at some questions here. First question. Where can we find reporting and lessons learned from gas decommissioning pilots? And that was asked by Connor Lyman.
Hi, this is Retta. I'll go ahead and hop in on that one. So great question. Decommissioning is really in the early stages, so there isn't a lot of information available to date. PG&E's done a couple of small projects that are really like building or a handful of building scale, but for the community scale pilots that we're talking about here, SB 1221 creates a program that's being administered by the CPUC, and that's expected to initiate in July. The CEC also has some proposed funding to support pilots at the community or neighborhood scale, and that's pending approval of our budget plan. So generally, I think we'll likely start seeing activity ramp up in that space later this year.
Thank you, Retta. Anyone from either of the utilities have any responses to that question?
Hey, Mark, it's Jeanette. So yes, as Retta mentioned, PG&E has had a couple of small pilots, but they have been outside of the gas RD&D projects. So just as you look for information, we do have some of our projects posted online. And I think if you just go to innovation at PG, you should be able to find any of the work that has been done through the gas RD&D group, but it does not include decommissioning at this point as it is starting to ramp up. It's in early stages. So there'll probably be more in future workshops that we can share, but not at this time.
Thank you, Jeanette. Another question. Someone dropped in late, Matt Gregory. Matt, we have covered gas system integrity so far. We have not yet covered decarbonization. All right. At this point, I just wanted to check. Are there any raised hands out there? Have we figured that?
I've got a couple on here. I have Sarah Gerson to start. Sarah, it looks like you should be able to unmute on your end. Try this one more time while we
Hi, thank you,
Hi, we can hear
Ryan. Thank you for the opportunity for public comment. There were two issues I wanted to touch on. The first is that I was really disappointed to hear that some folks had given PG&E feedback recommending shifting money away from projects that are intended to reduce leakage and methane system emissions. That is something that is obviously difficult to square with California's statutory mandates for decarbonization. And it's also not easy to square with our affordability imperatives because it's ratepayers who are the ones who wind up paying for all of that gas that is lost and vents into the atmosphere when the utilities don't control their leaks. The second issue I wanted to touch on was all of the investments for biomethane integration. That does not seem like a responsible use of ratepayer funds. It does not seem like a use of ratepayer funds that is consistent with ESG priorities at the commission. The commission has heard for years from the communities on the front lines of pollution from the dairies that are benefiting from that funds and asking to not have ratepayer funds exacerbate the harm from biomethane production and use. And this is a huge ESG concern from the ratepayer perspective for ratepayers throughout the state because these biomethane production projects are bankrolled by huge, deep-pocketed companies like Shell and Chevron. And there's no reason why ratepayers should be subsidizing their enterprises. So thank you so much for considering these public comments. Oh, and I should state my affiliation. I'm an attorney at Earth Justice.
Thank you. Emma, you look like you have your hand raised. Did you want to make a comment before I go back to the public comment?
Yes, please. That'd be great. I was just going to respond quickly. We did hear that brought up earlier just about CPUC discouraging emission reduction activities, and we did want to address that head on. That's not something that we've communicated. And going back to the initiative criteria earlier in the slides, I just wanted to clarify that when we're not recommending certain initiatives to move forward or certain investments, that's really based on not understanding how certain investments are not duplicating other activities. So the natural gas leak abatement program, for instance, is something that exists already. It is undergoing changes, but it does have work underway. And so that's an example of something, including other kind of statutory requirements, where we'd want to understand exactly what gas RD&D is doing specifically that is adding something that does not exist in those other programs. So it's really that differentiation that's required, and that ratepayer benefit that goes along with that. But definitely understanding that is a priority in this program. Thank you.
Thank you, Emma. I would next like to welcome Matt Gregory. Matt, your comments will be limited to 3 minutes or less. Please unmute on your end and please state your affiliation for the record. We welcome your comments.
Thanks, Ryan. Can you hear me?
We sure can.
Great. My name is Matt Gregory. I'm a SoCalGas ratepayer and proud Californian. I've been in the clean energy technology game for, I don't know, something like 20 years. And a few comments I'd like to make just to address some of the comments from the environmental or the disadvantaged community advisory panel. The utility model doesn't really incentivize RD&D, and that's why these programs are important and need to be funded separately in a program like what SoCalGas and PG&E have. Shareholders are not going to invest in new technologies. That's not how they make their money. They make their money by deploying capital to build infrastructure. So it's important that we have these programs to do this kind of RD&D. Secondly, I fully support RNG integration. It sounds like there's some initiatives around increasing the amount of RNG that we can bring onto the pipeline, particularly in light of SB 1371, which is trying to divert organic material from landfills and reduce the greenhouse gas and local air quality pollutant emissions from the breakdown of organics in landfills. Also, RNG has been the most successful decarbonization policy or technology in the transportation sector in California. Almost every CNG vehicle in California now runs off renewable natural gas with a carbon intensity on average across the system that's below 0. So it's actually the best decarbonization technology in the transportation space. The fact that Chevron and some of these large companies are involved in this space only emphasizes the importance that the utilities are using RD&D funds to better understand how to integrate RNG. We want impartiality when we're talking about standards for putting products on the pipeline. And it would behoove any RNG producer to lower the standards because it makes producing RNG cheaper for them and they can profit more. It's important that you have the gas utilities maintaining the high level standards that they've had for so many years. To the extent that the CEC and the IOUs have different application processes, this is also a good thing. The CEC typically funds longer term projects, and they should have a public vetting process and an RFP process that's open, but it's also fairly lengthy. The IOUs should have access to these RD&D funds to use them quickly, to be nimble, to address immediate issues, to do short-term projects. And to that extent, if an application takes a year, let's just say, like many CEC applications do.
Thank you, Matt.
Yep.
Thank you for your feedback. I'm next going to welcome Alex Hoffman. Alex, you're going to want to unmute on your end.
Can you hear me?
Comments will be 2 minutes or less. Yes, I can hear you. Please go ahead.
Thanks, Alex Hoffman, Pipeline Research Council International. I have a brief comment here that when it comes to research, we think the lowest cost methods to conduct research in advanced topics like safety, affordability, integrity, leak detection, and reporting is through collaborative model lining up with all the other operators who are doing similar research, because industry is moving ahead in these areas, and it is the lowest cost option to partner with them internationally and leverage the discoveries that they make and the advancements to make sure that they are implementable and implemented where applicable in California. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This concludes this first comment period. There's going to be additional opportunities in just a little while here. And at this time, I'm going to hand it back to our hosts, and I think it's going to be a break coming up.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ryan. Scott, would you actually go back 2 slides? We'll go to the break screen. At this time, it's time for a short break. Feel free to stretch, grab some water, and use this time to submit any questions related to the gas system integrity theme. Remember, you can do that by using the Q&A function in your Zoom controls. We look forward to your questions. We will reconvene at 11:27 a.m. Thank you. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. I am Scott. I'm not seeing the screen. I just wanted to make sure I'm not missing something. There we go. Thank you. All right, next slide, please. And then the next. Perfect. Thank you very much. Now we're going to begin our deep dive into theme 2, decarbonization. In this section, you'll hear about the proposed decarbonization research initiatives at PG&E, SoCalGas, and the Energy Commission. After those presentations, once again, we'll move into an ESJ panel feedback session and then open the floor for general audience discussion. Our first speaker today is Maninder Thind from the Energy Commission. Next slide, please. Maninder, you're up.
All right. Thank you, Mark. Hello, everyone. My name is Maninder Thind from the California Energy Commission, and I will kick off with our initiative under decarbonization theme. And I'm the lead for the initiative on advancing health and equity in California's gas transition. Before introducing our initiative under the decarbonization theme, I'm going to start by briefly discussing the Summation Project as an example of ongoing impactful gas R&D work, which was also highlighted in the Gas R&D 2025 annual report. Summation is short for super emitters of methane detection using aircraft, towers, and intensive observational network. This project is directly responsive to California law AB 1496 to improve the monitoring and measurement of methane emissions, particularly high emission methane hotspots using the best available and cost-effective methods. Summation addresses a critical challenge, that is, methane emissions are often underdetected and underreported, which limits targeted mitigation and cost-effective action. A small number of super emitters can drive a large share of emissions, but intermittent leaks require continuous monitoring to capture. So through this project, Lawrence Berkeley National Lab established a persistent methane monitoring network in the southern San Joaquin Valley, integrating towers, mobile surveys covering over 4,000 miles, residential appliances measurements, and aerial remote sensing into a coordinated multi-scale framework. This approach has already identified critical leaks in the Bakersfield natural gas distribution system and demonstrated innovative strategies like instrumenting a public transit bus for real-time methane detection. In addition, by improving emissions visibility, this work supports targeted methane and co-pollutant reductions that can benefit air quality and public health in the San Joaquin Valley, while also advancing community education and engagement through partnerships like with the Central California Asthma Collaborative. So for ratepayers, the benefits of this project are clear, including earlier leak detection, reduces lost gas, improves cost effectiveness of monitoring technologies, supports timely mitigation, and advances California's climate and air quality goals. Building on this foundation, the proposed fiscal year 26-27 initiative, which I'll present next, expands methane monitoring by advancing low-cost sensor development, increasing the temporal resolution of methane detection, and integrating satellite and field data to develop climate and environmental justice scoring frameworks. Next slide. All right, so now I'll transition into our first initiative under the decarbonization theme on advancing health and equity in California's gas transition. Next slide. All right, so this initiative will fund innovative applied research to develop tools and monitoring systems that facilitate a cost-effective, equitable, and health-protective transition away from fossil gas, delivering value to the IOU ratepayers through improved public health, reduced emissions, and better informed planning decisions. past, gas R&D investments have advanced important work in air quality research and methane detection. This initiative builds on that foundation by translating scientific insights into practical, easy-to-use tools that help communities and planners understand the non-energy impacts of gas use and how those impacts vary across the state. It strengthens prior efforts by expanding methane emissions monitoring and integrating health co-benefits with climate and environmental justice scoring, enabling decision makers to prioritize actions based on both emissions intensity and community burden. So this initiative advances innovation in three key areas. First, it will support the development of a public-facing interactive tool that helps visualize how residential decarbonization affects households, focusing specifically on non-energy impacts such as indoor air quality, health outcomes, and thermal comfort. These impacts can vary widely depending on income, housing conditions, behavioral patterns, and technology choices. So simply put, this tool will help residents and policymakers understand affordability and equity dimensions of switching from gas to cleaner alternatives. Second, it will create a novel scoring system for gas production sites across California. By integrating satellite data with ground-based measurements, this research will generate dynamic climate and environmental justice scores to identify locations where gas production poses the greatest risks to health, environmental justice, and climate. And finally, the third research focus, which will build on our ongoing summation projects, which I also highlighted in an earlier slide, and which supports the sustained, cost-effective, tiered approaches to monitor regional methane emissions. The research proposed here will improve our ability to detect leaks, track emissions over time, and guide timely mitigation actions by developing and validating low-cost methane sensors and enhancing the existing monitoring framework. So by linking rigorous science with practical decision support tools, this initiative enables communities, policymakers, and regulators to make informed, data-driven choices about gas transition pathways. From an affordability perspective, it supports strategies that lower decarbonization costs for low-income households by clarifying, for example, projected bill impacts and avoided fuel costs. From a public health perspective, it informs actions that can reduce real-world exposure to combustion-related pollutants like nitrogen dioxide and fine particulate matter by making the benefits of cleaner alternatives visible and actionable. From an equity standpoint, it helps identify and prioritize disproportionately impacted communities by integrating climate, exposure, and vulnerability data into planning decisions. On the emissions side, it strengthens methane tracking and supports cleaner infrastructure decisions by improving detection, quantification, and prioritization of mitigation efforts. And importantly, it ensures equity is not an afterthought, but a built-in design feature of California's gas transition. Thank you. This covers the overview of this initiative. I now hand over to Mariam Haddad from California Energy Commission to discuss the next initiative under the decarbonization theme.
Thank you, Maninder. Next slide. Next slide,
Okay.
please.
My apologies. I think there was this one last slide.
Oh, you want to go?
Yes, there was this one last slide on policy alignment that was remaining. Thank you. My apologies for this. So discussing on the policy alignment of this initiative, the Advancing Health and Equity in California's Gas Transition, this initiative aligns with key CPUC proceedings and state policies by supporting long-term gas planning, informing equitable electrification, and improving identification and mitigation of methane emissions. It is also directly responsive to California's statutory climate mandates, including AB 32 and SB 32's greenhouse gas reduction targets, AB 1279's carbon neutrality goals, SB 1221's gas planning requirements and SB 350's electrification policy by providing the data and tools needed to achieve cost-effective, health-protective decarbonization. Great, thank you. And now I hand over to Mariam Haddad to discuss the next initiative. Thanks.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. I'm the initiative lead for strategic assessment of cost-effective seasonal energy storage pathway. Next slide, please. This initiative is designed to address a growing structural challenges in California's energy transition. As electrification grows and gas demand declines, fixed infrastructure costs fall on fewer customers, including renters, low-income households in hard-to-retrofit building, and industrial users with limited electrification options. Without proactive planning, this trend can lead to rising rates for remaining customers, even as many Californians continue to rely on gas for years to come. Meanwhile, electricity use is expected to increase by 76% over the next 2 decades, driven largely by electrification and population growth, and supplied by solar and wind. This makes long-duration seasonal storage essential to balance seasonal variability and maintain reliability as renewables approach 80% of generation. Most existing efforts focus on short-term balancing, offering limited clarity on seasonal technologies or long-term needs. Limited coordination between electric and gas planning increases risks of overbuilding and reliability gaps, while equity impact remain underrepresented. To address these, we propose comprehensive system-level evaluation of seasonal storage technologies as alternative to fossil gas for seasonal reliability. These technologies can be grouped into 4 major categories: chemical, electrochemical, mechanical, and thermal. Existing literature suggests chemical storage pathway shows strong potential for meeting seasonal scale needs. We expect our finding to be generally aligned. However, we will need to assess how it performs when evaluated in a California-specific context, alongside other technologies and tailored to the state grid infrastructure and policy framework. The study would assess a wide range of pathways. It would explore opportunities to repurpose existing gas infrastructure where appropriate. It would also develop integrated resource plan-ready outputs to support coordinated long-term planning. Cost, emission, infrastructure impacts, rate effects, stranded cost risks, and equity outcomes would be core evaluation criteria here. What this ultimately enables is a more affordable, reliable, and equitable system. It helps stabilize rates by reducing stranded gas assets. It enhances reliability by shifting surplus renewables across seasons and lowering reliance on gas peakers during prolonged stress events. It also improves overall investment efficiency and delivers tangible equity and decarbonization benefits for disadvantaged communities and tribes. In short, it lays a technical and economic foundation for coordinated, reliable, and equitable electric gas transition planning. Next slide, please. Building on that technical foundation, this initiative directly supports key CPUC proceeding and state policy drivers. For long-term gas planning proceeding, this work identifies practical pathway to reduce structural reliance on gas for seasonal reliability. It informs a coordinated, well-planned system transition. Other related proceedings, such as reliability and integration and EPIC renewal, are also supported, addressing seasonal storage performance, peak gas reduction, and integration with distributed energy resources. From a policy perspective, the initiative advances the Environmental and Social Justice Action Plan and Disadvantaged Community Advisory Group priorities. It helps mitigate affordability risks for remaining gas customers by allowing gas pickers plan to retire. Together, these alignments ensure that technical analysis is not occurring in isolation, but is directly informing near-term regulatory decisions and long-term decarbonization strategies. Next slide, please. Thank you. And then I'll hand it over to Puya.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? My name is Puya Khodaparast. I'll be speaking about the next initiative titled Optimizing Thermal Energy Networks for Decarbonization. Next slide, please. Thank you. This initiative will study feasibility and evaluate the techno-economic advantages of modular thermal energy networks for thermal storage and recovery of waste heat from large facilities or surrounding communities, supporting scalable and cost-effective decarbonization. More than half of building energy consumption in California is from space heating and cooling and hot water demands. Every standalone building offers an opportunity for energy recovery and improvement in efficiency. But there's an even greater potential in recovering waste heat and connecting it to a diverse group of end users. Thermal energy networks can also help decrease the industrial electricity used for heating and cooling. These networks use a network of water-filled pipes that transfer heat in and out of buildings and allow buildings to exchange heat with various energy buffers, such as lakes and rivers, energy-intensive buildings, wastewater systems, or the stable temperature of the earth. This initiative proposes to evaluate the techno-economic advantages of thermal energy networks for waste heat recovery from large facilities or surrounding communities, compare the cost-effectiveness of different configurations of thermal energy networks that are connected to large-scale waste heat, such as single versus dual loop, quantify environmental impacts and potential benefits of waste heat recovery and use, and analyze benefits of electricity demand reduction for all connected users. The anticipated benefits of this initiative are closely tied to supporting efficient, large-scale decarbonization in a way that delivers measurable system and ratepayer value. The solution supports orderly, neighborhood-scale gas system pruning in the decommissioning phase, reducing the risk that remaining customers face higher costs. One of the primary benefits includes avoided procurement and generation costs. By enabling more efficient decarbonization pathways at scale, this technology can reduce the need for incremental electricity procurement and additional generation, which will likely result in meaningful ratepayer savings over time. Improved greenhouse gas emissions and water consumption can be directly compared to current baselines and alternative decarbonization technologies, enabling clear evaluation of overall resource impacts. Reliability benefits can similarly be assessed by comparing the projected electricity demand of this highly efficient technology to both the current baseline as well as other cooling, heating, and hot water resource options. Ultimately, this initiative will provide the foundation for evaluating thermal energy networks as a scalable decarbonization strategy. Next slide, please. This initiative is in alignment with state energy policy goals and CPUC priorities on long-term gas planning and affordable community-scale decarbonization. It will investigate the feasibility of utilizing industrial waste through thermal energy networks to meet heating, cooling, and hot water needs at both building and community scale. Thermal energy networks offer a scalable decarbonization pathway that can help address gas decommissioning challenges, particularly in the context of Senate Bill 1221 and CPUC's authority on determining the utility's obligation to serve, underlying the potential role this technology can play in long-term gas planning. Thank you very much. I will now hand it to Neva, my colleague from CEC, for the next initiative.
Thank you, Priya. Good morning. I'm Neva Benapal. I'll be speaking on Cleaner Industry, Healthier Communities initiative. Next slide, please. This initiative focuses on advancing and deploying co-pollutant removal technologies at existing industrial facilities to reduce criteria air pollutants and deliver measurable near-term public health benefits. Industrial pollution continues to disproportionately impact disadvantaged and vulnerable communities. Many industrial processes such as cement, steel, and chemical production faces technical and economic barriers to rapid electrification. As a result, continued gas is expected in these industrial sectors through 2045 under current transition pathways. Industrial facilities also emit significant level of criteria air pollutants such as NOx, SOx, and PM, which directly affect local air quality and public health. This initiative supports practical, deployable emission control solutions that reduce harmful pollutants without extending gas infrastructure or increasing long-term ratepayer exposure while long-term decarbonization pathways continue to mature. This initiative would deploy add-on co-pollutant removal technologies at existing industrial facilities beyond what's already required by the law. The initiative advances retrofit-ready emissions reduction technologies that can integrate into current operations without extending gas infrastructure. It evaluates deployment-relevant performance metrics such as emissions reductions, cost-effectiveness, and retrofit feasibility, and generates actionable data to inform industrial gas system transition planning and regulatory decision-making. Anticipated impacts of this initiative include localized emissions reductions with the potential to achieve up to 90% reductions in criteria air pollutants, delivering near-term improvements in air quality and public health. Affordability by enabling cost-effective and near-term emission reductions for the hardest to electrify industries. Equity by prioritizing air quality and public health, improvements in disadvantaged and vulnerable communities facing the highest cumulative exposure risks, and near-term ratepayer value by deploying low-risk, cost-effective emissions control solutions that reduce electricity demand compared to electrification and help avoid infrastructure investments. In short, this initiative embodies a critical step toward a cleaner, healthier, equitable California by addressing both climate and air quality challenges through integrated, scalable solution. Next slide, please. The initiative aligns with CPUC's integrated resource planning by exploring non-electrification strategies to help manage projected industrial electricity demand growth. It also supports long-term gas system planning by providing transition-focused insights that reduce near-term public health impacts. It addresses industrial emissions and health risks in sectors where electrification is constrained, ensuring coordinated progress toward California's decarbonization and environmental justice goals without duplicating existing programs. Additionally, this initiative also supports California's broader climate and clean air policies by advancing near-term emissions reductions in hard-to-electrify sectors while maintaining alignment with long-term climate and clean air objectives. That concludes this initiative. Next slide, please. This next initiative is titled Studying Industrial Process Heat Decarbonization Pathways. Next slide, please. So this initiative provides foundational system-level analysis of alternative clean heat pathways for industrial processes to guide long-term gas transition, grid planning, and infrastructure investment decisions. The industrial sector consumes roughly 1/3 of California's fossil gas and relies on fossil fuels for approximately 90% for its heating demand. As the state moves forward with long-term gas transition planning and electric grid expansion, there is currently limited comparative evaluation of viable clean heat pathways for high-temperature industrial processes, especially those above 300 degrees Celsius. Currently, comprehensive analysis of industrial clean heat options remain insufficient, especially with respect to cost, infrastructure implications, scalability, technology readiness, and deployment feasibility. In addition, the long-term gas planning OIR requires a clear analysis of industrial heat demand and transition pathways to operationalize coordinated gas-electric system transition planning. To address these gaps, this initiative will conduct a structured comparative study of multiple technology pathways for serving medium and high temperature industrial processes heat, including electrification, advanced nuclear technologies, clean fuels, and others. The initiative will develop a statewide industrial heat load data set, including mapping facility locations, temperature requirements, and sector-specific attributes to better inform, targeted, and geographically informed planning decisions. This data foundation is particularly significant as IOUs consider gas system decommissioning strategies and potential priority decarbonization zones. The study will also perform cost effectiveness and broader system impact analysis across alternative pathways and will include evaluating relative cost, infrastructure needs, scalability, environmental justice screening, and community impacts under different gas transition scenarios. In addition, the initiative models grid impacts to assess how various industrial heat pathways affect load balancing, system resilience, renewable integration, and potential public health outcomes. Ultimately, this initiative supports more informed decision-making around emission reductions, reliability impacts, long-term gas and electric infrastructure investment needs, and ratepayer cost implications. Next slide, please. This initiative supports integrated resource planning by evaluating reliable and cost-effective pathways, including electrification and clean, firm resources to inform long-term system reliability and infrastructure planning decisions. This initiative aligns with CPU's scoping plan by analyzing non-pipeline industrial heating alternatives to inform actions long-term gas transition planning, SB 1221 implementation through modeling grid analysis and statewide heat load mapping. This initiative advances AB 1172 and SB 80 by assessing advanced clean energy technologies, including nuclear within comparative industrial heat framework. More broadly, it supports California's climate mandates by identifying viable, cost-effective pathways to decarbonize industrial heat while informing prudent infrastructure planning. That concludes this initiative. With that, I'll pass now to Ari Fisher from PG&E.
Thank you, Neva. Hi all, my name is Ari. I'll be speaking to PG&E's decarbonization portfolio. Sorry, let me get my camera up. All right. So we want to acknowledge Commission SMEs for the feedback reflected here and for helping sharpen the decarbonization scope. Key themes for improvement included clearer problem statements, stronger articulation of ratepayer benefit, and coordination to avoid duplication. Thus, we will be refining our projects within this upcoming portfolio. This decarbonization theme has historically prioritized a focus on the transition to cleaner energy sources, most frequently renewable natural gas and hydrogen, and the integration of sustainable energy solutions, which includes energy efficiency and thermal energy tech. We'll be pausing hydrogen research at this time due to CPUC guidance, and have not currently identified energy efficiency or thermal energy technologies that fit our priorities and complement our utility colleagues' work. CPUC feedback emphasized prioritizing RNG-focused challenges, thus newly proposed projects will almost exclusively include RNG work. Next slide. This slide maps clean fuels integration as it is relevant to CPUC proceedings, whilst keeping in mind California energy goals and PG&E's net zero by 2045 goals. To ensure proposed work supports specific policy priorities, We're centering decisions and rulings that focus on RNG and address near-term, well-defined challenges. We acknowledge that to continue to increase the volume of RNG within our gas system, safety and affordability must remain central to research. Thus, we must prioritize RNG infrastructure and operations optimization technologies. Next slide. So, since PG&E launched its first RNG interconnection in 2021, the Gas RD&D program has looked to support gaps and inquire about research opportunities that would or could not otherwise occur. Identified needs currently include increasing RNG throughput volume, cost and timeline reduction of RNG interconnection, and the need for gas quality analysis methods and practices with clean fuels in use. To increase RNG total throughput, there remains interest in studies and eventually pilots in expanding feedstock options, such that interconnection points may occur across the entire territory, though there is no proposed project at this point. Another major need is the pursuit of cost-effective RNG interconnection standardization, which may include the creation of a flexible PG&E interconnection skid that will cut down on the work needed by gas engineers and gas system planners, speed up interconnection assembly time, and allow for the creation of a standard practice for gas pipeline operators to operate and maintain these connections. Such a skid would be a unique PG&E design, as the IOUs have differing gas rules that dictate gas quality and the tolerable range of trace constituent limits, such as O2 and CO2, within pipeline gas. Another RNG need is gas quality analysis technology, which allows for the measurement of a multitude of RNG trace constituents, such as siloxanes, nitrogen, hydrogen sulfide, that may be introduced in the natural gas system with varied feedstock. The presence of these constituents may be responsible for the production of SOx, NOx, and ozone. Thus, these technologies would go beyond regular O&M to allow for real-time detection of gas quality, enabling the removal of impurities, or maybe highlighting the need for research in post-anaerobic digestion RNG refinement processing, as well as decrease the potential for criteria pollution production. To protect the integrity of gas system equipment and materials, we plan to continue support for studies that address trace constituent limits so that we may pursue a comprehensive gas quality analysis standard O&M practice and implement real-time monitoring analyzers and other gas system assets that will fulfill this need. Proposed solutions will emphasize safe and cost-effective clean fuel integration with a broad focus on GHG reduction and energy supply and resilience. Next slide. We want to remind everyone that PG&E's gas research development and demonstration team may be reached anytime at innovation@pge.com. Thank you for your time and engagement today. We will now transition to SoCalGas.
Okay, this is Flavio da Cruz again, and I'm back here to introduce our initiatives under decarbonization. Before moving to the initiatives, let me take a quick moment to highlight some of our 2025 research milestones in the decarb team. In 2025, we've continued making progress across our decarbonization portfolio. We completed work that supports advances in biomethane production, clean generation technologies, and end-use technologies that reduce emissions in everyday applications. A full breakdown of active and completed projects will be available in our 2025 RD&D annual report, which will be published on March 31st. Next slide. Staying within the theme of expanding affordable RNG production, I also wanted to share a short project highlight from our portfolio. This project is a good example of how we are supporting practical RNG production pathways. This mobile biomethanation platform helps us collect real-world data from various biogas sources. It enables on-site testing, supports early design decisions, and uses renewable power to explore higher yield production pathways. Equipment commissioning is wrapping up now, and the plan is to bring the trailer to California to evaluate different feedstocks. It's a helpful contribution to a broader effort of expanding affordable RNG supply. With that example in mind, I'll move into our next initiative that's focused on advancing low carbon fuel technologies. Next. This initiative addresses challenges across a wide range of feedstocks: organics, biosolids, food waste, woody biomass, and others. We are working to increase RNG yield, improve uptime, and reduce upgrading costs through biological and synthetical methanation, predictive controls, and modular upgrading systems. We are also exploring co-production opportunities that can support the economic feasibility of new RNG projects. All of this supports a more flexible, cost-effective RNG supply. Next slide. This initiative plays an applied, cross-cutting role by bringing together technologies that support statewide goals like biomethane procurement and long-term gas system planning. The work aligns with several CPUC decisions that call for innovation in RNG and other renewable fuels. And it helps inform shared areas where fuel production standards and demonstrations may evolve. Next. This initiative tackles production bottlenecks like feedstock variability, upgrading costs, uptime, and throughput. We are advancing methanation pathways, predictive control systems, modular upgrading technologies, and co-production strategies to optimize costs. This work builds on past and ongoing research efforts from our RD&D program, as well as interviews with subject matter experts and other stakeholders. Now let me pass to Jeff so he can continue presenting our initiatives.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jeff Chase, and I will be covering the last two proposed initiatives in the SoCalGas RD&D program. The first up, back one slide. Oh, no, sorry, forward one slide. The first up is the Energy Reliability and Resilience Initiative. And this initiative is focused on developing diverse, affordable, and decarbonized energy solutions to support energy reliability and resilience for both our customers and our own facilities. In order to address the gaps that we've identified in this space, a few of which are shown here on the left, the projects in this initiative aim to reduce emissions of distributed power generation technologies, optimize the integration and interoperability of a wide range of low and zero emission energy assets, and explore opportunities for point-of-use decarbonization technologies like on-site fuel conversion or CO2 mitigation. And the primary benefits of this initiative are reliability, reduced emissions, and improved affordability. Next slide. This initiative aligns with the long-term gas system planning OIR, AB 205, which emphasizes the importance of energy reliability while ensuring a clean energy transition, and the SoCalGas general rate case. Next. So as we've shown with the other initiatives, here are some examples of projects that we envision over the next few years. And these projects build on years of past research that we've done in these areas and range from advanced microgrid controls development and demonstration to distributed generation retrofits to improving the affordability of stationary and mobile fuel cell systems to exploring opportunities around point-of-use decarbonization technologies. Next. All right, so the last initiative I want to share is the Building and Facility Systems Initiative. And this initiative is focused on reducing the emissions associated with commercial and industrial buildings and facilities. In order to address the gaps that we've identified within this initiative, the goal will be to develop and demonstrate advanced building envelope materials, develop smart building and equipment controls that can help reduce gas usage and optimize the operation of both gas and electric equipment, and reducing direct emissions from gas-fueled equipment, particularly those that are hard to electrify. And the primary benefits of this initiative are improved affordability, improved air quality, and GHG reductions. Next. And this initiative aligns with the long-term gas system planning OIR and SoCalGas general rate case again. Next. So here are just some examples again of the types of projects that we're planning on pursuing within this initiative over the next few years. Similarly, these build on the technological developments and knowledge gained from past and current projects that we've been a part of in these areas. So for direct emission reductions, there are opportunities around advanced low emission gas equipment and solar or ground source heating technologies for both commercial and industrial customers. And in order to enhance load flexibility, there are opportunities for advanced control systems and waste heat recovery technologies. And then there are a lot of opportunities for advancing novel building envelope technologies that could reduce both gas and electric energy consumption for a variety of customers. Next. So as promised several times this morning, these emails are the best way to get a hold of us, particularly the one at the bottom. If you have any questions about the program, or if you would like to discuss potential project proposals. And with that, I will turn it back over to Mark. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Jeff. At this time, we're going to begin our second ESJ panel. Ryan, please take it away.
Hi, everybody. I'd like to welcome back our panel, Sarah, Carmelita, and PSRLA. Welcome back. Are you guys on? I can't see you in the gallery, unfortunately.
I am. Carmelita.
Okay.
We're here.
Hey, Carmelita. So there was a lot to talk about in this last one. There are a lot of opportunities, it seems like, and a lot of connections and nexus with disadvantaged communities. And so, Carmelita, what are your thoughts on how this portfolio is shaping up in this category?
I think for me, I'm going to reiterate some of the ideas that or issues that I pointed out earlier, primarily around the economic impacts of different initiatives, and how we know how we'll actually find out whether those impacts are real. So, for example, I see in the multiple presentations here from the different IOUs that energy burden is a priority. So I'm glad to see that. But I didn't see a lot of solutions for it, right? And so it, left me wondering how exactly these different ideas will achieve how they will address energy burden and lower bills for the community members that will be impacted. And then just generally too, I think there's like a couple of times that energy conservation was highlighted here, because greenlining has also been part of the affordability disconnections, low-income proceedings at the PUC for a long time. I think it's just want you all to keep in mind that low-income communities, disadvantaged community households actually, or ESJ community households actually have structural problems with their homes versus behavioral problems when it comes to energy use. And so when we're thinking about interventions to lower energy use at home, I also want to see that what we're addressing are these structural causes, because it would really, it would be so different if the approach is somewhat already kind of make them feel like they're being blamed for having their AC on in the Central Valley just to have an interior, temperature of 80 degrees, for example. And so I think, again, centering really the day-to-day experience of the people on the ground, making sure that we don't treat things in theory, but actually talk to the residents. So that's one. And then second one is that we should, make the addressing energy burden a reality. I'd love to see more ideas around how that priority becomes actual solutions.
Carmelita, what kinds of ways could we surface alternate ideas or initiatives on affordability? Do you have any ideas, or is there a process you recommend to gather them?
Generally speaking, and you know this, we say that if you can't measure it, it doesn't exist, right? And so we need to be able to measure what these energy burdens are. And I know that the CEC itself is moving non-energy benefits discussion internally. And so I think I don't know if I have the right or authority to invite our IOU co-panelists here to that conversation. But I think that would be a great start to start to understand how other utility representatives and how community members and community representatives me, how we're attempting to really put numbers and quantify these benefits so that when we say really bring down energy burden, well, the number one is your energy bill, right? And so that's already, you can compute that. But for other things that's affecting the household's energy burden, there's a lot of discussion already happening within that CEC scope of work.
Thanks. I'm going to ask a question of Alex and then Sarah. And it seems like there is a lot of opportunity here for health co-benefits and gains when it comes to, moving away from combustion. What do you think about this category and its composition of initiatives?
Yeah, thanks for that question, Ryan. And yeah, I had fairly strong reactions, both really good ones and some kind of frightened ones as I was looking through these. So I think yeah, there's definitely a lot of opportunity. I think for the CEC's presentation, I think, for example, the Advancing Health and Equity in California's Gas Transition is something that we would be hugely supportive of. We've been working with the CEC to develop and implement the EBD program, Equitable Building Decarbonization Program. And I think that this kind of research can help advance cost-effective residential decarbonization, which is something we're really supportive of. And appreciate that it explores non-energy benefits. I think, for example, with the studying, wait, no, sorry, let me just make sure I'm on the right one. Yeah, the studying industrial process heat decarbonization pathways. I think we at PSRLA would have some strong objections to advanced nuclear reactors being included in that study. I think when we're looking at a broader equity and safety lens, I think there's a lot of questions around nuclear waste and safety that would need to be figured out before we would be supportive of that. And then also, yeah, the decarbonization metric, I think, is sort of insufficient in that regard, just because there are, yeah, a lot of other concerns there. And then I think just generally, instead of taking an all of the above type approach to that kind of research, I think the sort of scale and timeline that we're on, like the scale of challenge and timeline that we're facing, mean that we really need to look at prioritizing the safest, cleanest, and most equitable solutions, rather than sort of casting a wide net and hoping something comes up. And I think that for me is where a lot of the clean fuels integration research sort of falls. And we have a lot of concerns around hydrogen combustion and RNG combustion, given the other air pollution concerns and also cost considerations to think about. So I have a lot more thoughts, but I'll pause there because I want to hear what the rest of the panel has to say.
Sarah, what is resonating with you?
Very similarly, we really like the framing around health and equity, the CEC put forward, but then I guess in the details there are some things that raise red flags for me. I think Alex touched on most of them. I think in the cleaner industry and healthier communities section, CDR is still something that I'm not sure we should be investing in research on. And then also, I just probably need to remind everybody, and I probably this is nothing new to anybody, but the environmental justice advocates and community has a long-standing concern and opposition usually to investing in fuels such as biomethane, RNG, and hydrogen for various reasons, but also because of a dispute about how the carbon intensity calculation is done. So I think there's a lot of opportunity in the residential side, which I didn't hear too much about, but like building the ability to do research and layer on to the programs like Alex just mentioned of equitable building decarb to see what the non-energy benefits are while we're doing all of these pilots or even just rolling out state programs where I know we're doing trying to do a bunch of whole home retrofits. And so we have done research funded by HUD and also I believe through CEC, the Civica study. But I think there's a lot more opportunity there to do research on the health impacts and air quality impacts of decarbonization. But I guess the definition of decarbonization is a lot broader than electrification. And that's interesting to me. I think I'll leave it there. Sorry, I had one more thing. Sorry, I have one more thing. In general, yeah. I forgot to say my overarching thought is, I think that and I think I said, maybe I did say this in the last session, last portion of the meeting, but the overall mix of, prioritizing more of the funding overall into the decarbonization theme, that the way that the CEC has it laid out is something that we support.
Great. Well, I want to make sure that at some point during today's conversation that we reflect on that this is kind of the only a recent kind of phenomenon that we're getting this kind of feedback from community on our research portfolio. But I want to state that it's probably the beginning of a conversation and that the long-term guidance that can be provided would be increasingly valuable to our state over time. And so I wanted to ask that, given that, what is kind of your commitment and interest to participating in these conversations going forward before I turn it over to public comment?
That question to us?
Yeah.
Oh, I personally can commit to helping you find some people who want to engage on the long term. I think this is a little bit it's a little bit divergent from my main priorities at my work, but because I feel like there's an unlimited amount of programs and energy programs and state initiatives that could benefit from our feedback, but I don't know that I personally could commit to that on a long-term basis, but I could definitely find other people. Or if there's funding involved, maybe I could assign a staff.
Part two of the question is how could we, as administrators and as state government, help you engage better? As part two of that question. What do you think, Carmelita?
Greenlining, I'm we're very interested in this issue area. We're likely going to follow up with many of the participants today, including yourself and other CEC staff, to talk about this and figure out just that. Of course, we have similar limitations with resources, with funding, and at the same time, like, this isn't only a CEC issue. There's a lot of overlapping CPUC issues, and we're there as well. And so, I'm hoping that we can be efficient with our participation, and we can find ways to have our advocacy kind of intersect and or do both agencies. This is also particularly because we have a representative in DCAG that is also straddling both commissions, right? The CEC and the CPUC. And so I think first and foremost, just know that we are very interested and we'd love to participate in upcoming conversations around this. I think one of the most promising things that I want to highlight for today is that while many things we're still trying to figure out and develop how to quantify, there are things like the return of investment or the energy bill amounts, right? Those things are already quantifiable. And so we have so much from my comments earlier that we can start with and start to talk about, right? And then again, there are these other conversations that are happening for non-energy benefits where we can get even more ideas. Anyway, so from the commission, I guess the additional support would just be discussions around ideas on how our organization or organizations, that we're both at the CEC and at CPUC. You've seen the proceedings, the list of proceedings from all of the presentations today, and we're in some of those, not all of them, but helping us brainstorm around how we can approach that efficiently to kind of achieve the goals of this program.
I appreciate that. Alex, can we count on you to continue to collaborate with us on this?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm certainly interested. I know this is a priority for PSRLA to really help think through what the transition is going to look like, so that we're able to say yes to projects that we're not. I think our goal is not to obstruct, but to really help build a future that we all deserve. And so I think insofar as we can be supportive of research that is getting us closer to that goal, we are certainly happy to do so. And I think the last point I'll make is really just that I appreciate being able to share my perspective from the public health side of things, but I know there are so many folks that are really deeply involved who have tons of expertise on all of these issues who would never have the time or capacity to join a meeting like this. And so I think maybe another invitation to the CEC is, maybe there's ways we can set up meetings with our coalitions where we could do a little bit of a briefing on some of these. I think that's another opportunity where we could be sharing out information to the people who really need it in sort of a condensed and efficient way. So that's something we can explore going forward as well.
Before I go to public comment, Sarah, you have a last thought?
I just wanted to add in that if possible, it would be good to also incorporate CARB, California Air Resources Board, because they are funding very similar type research and projects. And in fact, we get funding for some of those and are going to be working on like satellite methane stuff and other things. So I think if there were ever going to be an advisory group, it might be good to also include them.
Thank you. So I think what we've heard here today is that for environmental justice organizations, economic and wealth building organizations, and public health organizations, among others, that this is a priority and that there's a commitment to continuing to build going forward. And please consider the Public Advisor's Office ally in that effort and let us know how we can do more to support making the connection between community and these portfolios that are publicly funded and ratepayer funded and are very important and could move the needle as we approach our vision for mid-century and beyond. Mark, do you want to do Q&A after I do public comment?
No, I think we have a backlog of written questions, so maybe we could take care of those and then we'll move to the raise hands part of it.
Let's tackle those and then go to public comment afterwards.
Sounds good.
All right.
First question is for Flavio. It was asked by Gary Choquette. Gary said, if we don't capture biomethane and use it efficiently, isn't the net GHG for the uncaptured emissions higher?
Hey, yeah, thanks for the question. That's a very important question. So, just basically speaking, when some biomass decomposes, it creates methane as part of that. And if you don't capture that methane from landfills or biomass that's already decomposing, it's gonna just go direct to the atmosphere. Methane has a higher GHG potential than, for example, CO2. And methane is what we actually is the essential molecule for natural gas. So natural gas is basically 95, at least it may be more than that, but it's at least 95% methane. And so why not capture that gas that's already naturally being produced to basically use that and shift some of the fossil gas out of the picture, right? So we can use that. That's called renewable natural gas. Of course, there's a process. You cannot only directly take the methane from landfills and because it has some contaminants, so you need to purify that, in the process that we call upgrading and conditioning. And that's part of the focus of our research, is trying to make sure that we can use that source of methane that otherwise will be emitted to the atmosphere. But the short answer is yes. Methane it will be more detrimental if we let that go straight to the atmosphere instead of using that renewable methane. And the only thing that's going to go out, you can take some energy out of it, and there's going to be a renewable CO2 out of it. I hope that answers the question. Thank you.
Thank you, Flavio.
I'd like to add to that. This is Ari from PG&E. I agree with what Flavio said. I'd just like to add that the risk of producing those trace constituents that come from breaking down organic matter to produce RNG, the risk of those trace constituents and consequential criteria pollutants being produced is exactly why we want to closely monitor and have gas analyzers at these RNG interconnection points to ensure that things like oxygen, CO2, nitrogen, siloxanes, et cetera, are not getting into the system in greater amounts than allowable.
Thank you, Ari. Next question was posed by Avtar Benning. And I also have Emma's written response that I will read, Emma from the CPUC. How are the California natural gas RD&D program goals and objectives in alignment with the federal natural gas R&D program goals and objectives? And if different, how does it put California at a disadvantage relative to other states for federal funds? Emma responded, gas RD&D strategic goals are not yet established. They are currently being modeled off those of the electric program investment charge and other key sources such as relevant CPUC proceedings, decisions, and resolutions. We can consider federal natural gas R&D program goals and objectives in this process. Next question is for Kevin over at the Energy Commission. Forest fires are a serious concern for the safety of gas pipeline infrastructure. The CEC has funded projects to upgrade forestry biomass waste to clean fuels, such as RNG, hydrogen, and liquid fuels. What is the plan to deploy these technologies to create a win-win solution for safety and decarbonization? And that was asked by Ludwig Lipp from T2M Global. Kevin?
Yeah, thank you so much for your question. Yeah, I don't know that I could speak to some kind of greater plan to deploy
Kevin, are you on mute?
such transportation program at the CEC. I'm not on mute.
We just lost you for a second. We can hear you now.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Okay, yeah, sorry. I think I'm having Zoom issues, so forgive me. For the question, the projects being referenced are likely from the CEC's Clean Transportation Program, funded out of the Fuels and Transportation Division, so it's a different program than the one that's being discussed today. And just FYI, that program, at least in recent years, has shifted much more towards electric vehicles, and infrastructure for electric vehicles and less on biofuels. But there are other programs in the state that could be relevant. The Department of Conservation, which is part of the Natural Resources Agency, the parent agency of CEC as well, they have a forest biomass to carbon negative biofuels program. So that's something that you may want to look into. The CEC, again, a different program, has a clean hydrogen program that it has been scoped down quite a bit, but there is still a little bit of funding there. EPIC, our other R&D program, did in the past fund some biomass to electricity programs. And then finally, there's the Governor's Wildfire Task Force, which has public meetings. That's also led by CNRA. One of those working groups that they have is called the Wood Utilization Working Group. So that could be something worth looking online and seeing if you want to participate in those meetings when they have public meetings. I believe the utilities are on the Wildfire Task Force as well.
Thank you, Kevin.
Sorry, and one more thing, the fuel flexible distributed generation initiative that I mentioned earlier in the workshop, if you heard me talking about that, it's in a pending 2024-25 budget plan that's under review right now, so nothing final. It's possible that could support, forest waste conversion technologies, but it would have to. That's not really the specific goal of that initiative. It's just it could be eligible, and you would know when. If that plan's approved and that initiative's part of it, and there's a future solicitation, you would just have to pay attention to specific solicitation requirements. Thank you.
Thanks, Kevin. Next question is also from Ludwig Lipp, and this is for Jeanette at PG&E. Are the wood yards in PG&E territory low-hanging fruit for this win-win solution to create higher value products from currently wasted resources in wood yards?
Yes and no. Yes, that work is being explored, but it is not part of the gas RD&D portfolio, so it is not something that feeds into our work right now. So I can't really speak any details about it. It does seem like that would be a good place to start, and I know it's being explored. It's just I don't have any information to be able to provide.
Thanks, Jeanette. Next question is back to Kevin from Pratik Banaj. Is the gas RD&D program planning to have new solicitations developing technologies like a micro CHP that use renewable natural gas and renewable propane that do not exclude internal combustion engines?
Yeah, no, not at this time. Although the CEC's gas R&D program has funded micro CHP in the past, there's been a lot of developments since then, and we have to work on the best available information.
Kevin, it might help if you turn your camera off when you speak. You are going out. There you go.
I'm sorry, my Zoom crashed. Should I resume my response?
Resume your response, but if you could maybe turn off your camera.
Okay. Yeah, last time we funded micro CHP was quite a few years ago. Since then, there's been a lot of developments, and we have to work off the best information we have. This was before like SB 100, for example, and the CEC was required to publish a building decarbonization assessment a few years ago. That assessment made it very clear that the least cost best path option for decarbonizing buildings in California was electrification. And that's something that we have to take into account as we do our research planning. And similarly, there's been many concerns from stakeholders on combustion systems. The question referenced IC engines, internal combustion engines. And so, generally non-combustion systems are preferred if you're gonna, be funding things. And the reason I mentioned buildings is because micro CHP generally targets buildings, and so I think nowadays electrification would be seen as the best option there. So thanks for your comment.
Thank you, Kevin. All right, everybody, get your hands ready. I'm going to pass it back to Ryan in 1 second. Just wanted to address one more comment from Robert Wegging. You provided a long comment that I don't think we're able to answer on this meeting, but we request that you submit that comment to the docket that you will find on the last slide. Ryan, back to you now for general audience discussion.
Hello again, everyone. We now welcome public comment at this time. Comments are expected to be 3 minutes or less, just as a reminder. And you want to state your affiliation as well as you spell your name for the record. I'm going to ask you to raise your hand if you're on Zoom. And it looks like we have a couple of raised hands. The first one is Matt Grigori. Matt, I'm going to unmute you. You're going to unmute on your own end.
Thanks, Ryan. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Perfect. Thanks. Matt Grigori, SoCalGas ratepayer. Just wanted to say CEC's thermal energy networks, super supportive of that. Super interesting stuff. Recommend for CEC staff to look at the pilots conducted by National Grid in New York in order to get some lessons learned from them. I support advanced nuclear research as part of all of the above strategy presented by CEC. Fuel disposal concerns are real, but research is needed to address those waste stream issues. And we should not be trying to pick winners or losers before we conduct research. We should let the research guide us. I think SoCalGas should be able to do research on residential decarbonization and clean transportation. And then I just want to commend all of the administrators. Going through the comments, it looks as though research plans from many years ago are still being processed by the CPUC. The Uniform Impact Analysis Framework, of which like a very high level set of principles was produced in April of 23, still has not been advanced or approved, and yet the programs are required to address that in their research plans. And as a ratepayer, I'm extremely disappointed at the glacially slow pace that the CPUC is proceeding with to approve these programs. These programs are funded out of our gas bills. The programs are sitting on dollars that we paid in as ratepayers, and they're unable to deploy them to advance new technologies that will benefit us, the ratepayers. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Sarah Gerson, we're going to unmute your line. Please provide your comment. Comments are expected to be 3 minutes or less.
Hi, thank you again for the opportunity. My name is Sarah Gerson. My last name is spelled Gersen, and I am with Earth Justice. And I just had one topic that I wanted to address in my public comment, and that is the proposed project studying industrial process heat decarbonization pathways from the CEC. I think that this is a project that is very interesting because it is addressing very large outstanding needs. The one recommendation that I have for project implementation is that to the extent it involves any scenario modeling or planning component, we would want to see any scenarios constrained to also meet our health-based air quality goals. And we know that according to the air plans from our air regulators, that our most populous air basins, our most polluted air basins, where our industrial activity is centered, cannot achieve air that is healthy enough to breathe to meet federal standards and state standards without a widespread transition to zero emission technology for large stationary sources, small stationary sources. And so that means that combustion technology for industrial process heat is just not going to be on the table if we're going to achieve NAAQS. And it would be really unfortunate to invest CEC staff resources in modeling scenarios that are just fundamentally inconsistent with our state's health policies. So thank you very much for considering that feedback.
Thank you so much. It looks like Emma wants to make a response. Emma, you should be unmuted now. No.
Ryan, if Emma is not available, Paul over at SoCalGas would like to respond to Robert Waging's longer comment right now.
Let's do that. Thank you.
Sure. Paul Lynn. Was that Emma we heard?
Yes, can you hear me?
Okay, I can hear you now.
Okay, sorry about that. I'm not sure what happened. Thank you. I wanted to follow up on Matt's comment. Appreciate the comments. And I wanted to point to, I responded in the chat, but was just going to follow up and say that there is a detailed compliance assessment process that is involved in the review of the investment plans. And it really is rooted in, ensuring the prudent and equitable investment of ratepayer dollars. These have large affordability impacts, and we want to ensure that the benefits are accruing to ratepayers. So as we described in our introductory remarks, this is a pretty thorough evaluation process. Resolution G3618 was issued in January 2026, addressing PG&E's 2024 and 2025 plans, which details a significant number of compliance issues that we found with PG&E's plans. If you'd like to look at an example of the kind of analysis that we do. So thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Not seeing any other raised hands, that concludes public comment. Do we want to go back to any other questions?
Yeah, we have some written comments, Ryan. Next question is from Simon, and it is for Paul Lynn over at SoCalGas. And Simon asks, is the use of hydrogen as an alternative fuel still on the agenda for CPUC, CEC, PG&E, and SoCalGas? It was a hot topic a year ago.
Hi, everyone. Thanks, Simon, for the question. I guess the way I think of it is I think hydrogen is still on the agenda in terms of it's still a discussion that is ongoing. There are, I think, many proceedings that are in progress, at least at SoCalGas, such as our Angeles Link proceeding and hydrogen blending proceeding that, we want to engage in this space. But I think Emma had noted earlier, our commissioners are still deliberating on whether or not this is in the best interest of our ratepayers. But to the extent that we get guidance in the affirmative, we believe that this is an important solution for decarbonization. So hopefully that helps address your question.
Thank you, Paul.
Yeah.
At this time, I don't see any more written questions, but if there are some out there, please let me know so that I can pose them. Here we go. Another one from Gary Choquette. What is the timeline for permitting and construction of the necessary facilities to 100% electrify? What is the relative cost of 100% electrification versus the current hybrid gas electric approach? Those in the lowest economic tier are disproportionately impacted by energy cost increases. Is gas needed as a backup to green electricity? Seems like gas will have to be around for quite a while. And I think that's probably a question for everyone. And then Ryan, after this response, Ludwig Lipp has a question, has his hand raised. So that would be Jeanette and Paul and someone at the commission.
I was trying to find the exact question, but I can start a little bit on a response. I think the one in terms, I think is hydrogen needed to help support the grid? Is that kind of a paraphrase? Is that about right?
Is gas needed as a backup to green electricity? It seems like gas will have to be around for a while.
Got it. Okay. I mean, I think the way I look at it is recently there was some draft results presented from it was a joint study, I think, with both the CEC and the CPUC under SB 100, kind of trying to better understand the role of natural gas and hydrogen in a future energy state. And I think also if you look at the CARB scoping plan and try to figure out what does that future decarbonized energy state look like in 2045, there is still a role of natural gas as a kind of a critical, I guess, asset to ensure that there's reliable and resilient energy for Californians. So from the standpoint of a long-term outlook, a lot of the research suggests, yeah, the gas is very important. And I think there's, depending on the progress of RD&D and depending on how things continue to be adopted, that will determine to what extent the different fuel mixtures will be. Punt to anyone else that maybe wants to tackle some of the other questions.
So I guess from the PG&E perspective, we're lucky that we have both gas and electric, and we've been trying to understand what this would look like. I think it's somewhat of a complicated answer as to when we're going to be able to get to 100% electrification process. It's still being looked at whether gas is going to be an option for backup for green electricity. It's all being explored at this time. I would be pressed to really answer the question in a way that would be probably meaningful to everybody, but it is being explored. We could probably provide an update as we get more information. So it is. Yeah, I think I see where your question is going. It's just not something that I think we have all the information that we can share publicly at this point in time.
Thank you, Jeanette. So at this point, we have about 5 minutes left for hand-raised questions. So I'm going to go back to you, Ryan, and then at what is that, 12:55, I'll take it over just for last comments and words. Thanks. Back to you, Ryan.
Okay, it looks like there's a raised hand from Neva, the CEC. Hi, Neva.
Oh, can you guys hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, okay. So I can chime in a little bit about the industrial decarbonization. So in general, electrification is the well-known pathway for the industrial decarbonization. But the thing is the electrification won't be deployed fully at the facilities that are actually hardest to electrify. For example, like cement, glass, steel, and especially the chemical processing anytime soon. So these could actually take decades, especially given the current high cost of the electricity relative to fossil gas. And then at the same time, so those industrial sectors, they do have other concerns, as an example, the instability of electricity supply and then the distribution process. At the same time, a lot of those industrial facilities we'll have to actually redo the whole, like redo the whole process, the process of the industrial facilities. So it's ongoing effort. So if for the timeline, I would say for the industrial sector, it will take decades or even longer, but it's ongoing effort though. Thank you.
Thank you. It looks like we have one raised hand, Ludwig Lip. We welcome your comment. Comment to be 3 minutes or less. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity to comment. Our company president, Pinakin Patel, would like to convey our verbal comments. So he's here with me.
Thank you. This has been a very good workshop, lot of good input. I'd like to thank particularly Jeffrey Chase at SoCalGas in supporting the low-level heat recovery, advanced waste heat recovery. It's a great opportunity. The natural gas you use, 25% of that is wasted as a waste heat. And all these companies, SoCalGas, PG&E, as well as CEC, together have supported some advanced heat recovery technology. And we strongly encourage to continue bringing that technology because it's a very low-hanging fruit. You use natural gas, you burn it, 25% of that is wasted. That corresponds to the emissions. If you recover for reuse, it's a direct benefit. So we would encourage you to look at what can you do with the waste heat and prioritize that as a high priority. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think we have time for one more.
Mark, that actually concludes public comment. Go ahead.
All right. Will you go to the next slide, please? All right. So thank you, Ryan, and thank you, everyone. As we wrap up, I just want to let you know we're grateful for your time and thoughtful participation today. We appreciate the perspectives and the feedback that you have shared. We still have a few minutes left before we turn this workshop off. So if you think of any last-minute questions, you can still slip them into the Q&A and they'll make it into our document. If you think of anything else after the workshop concludes, please email your comments to admin@buildmomentum.io no later than 5 p.m. on March 11th, 2026. For any technical or program-specific questions, reach out directly to the Energy Commission, PG&E, or SoCalGas using the contact information shown here. And we'll leave it up here for a minute or two so you can jot it down or take a screenshot. And remember, please, that all presentations and materials from today's workshop will be posted to the docket listed on this slide. So that concludes our formal workshop, and we will leave this slide up for a few minutes, just in case you want to copy anything from it. Thank you all.